That I'm very.
And it has like a intro.
Oh, okay.
I did that once.
Are we good? Come on. It's just spinning. There it goes. Maybe? No. Of course, now I would have internet issues. I clicked the button. It's just spinning. We'll see what happens. There it goes. It says we're live.
Okay.
Oh, it says we've been live for like 30 seconds. This whole time it's been spinning on my end. We've been live. Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's late at night. I've been sleeping off and on today, and I am still tired as hell. Don't ask me why. But if you're new here, my name is Skye. I'm a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name SD Hegyes, and I have a guest today. Yay! So if you want to introduce yourself, yeah.
Okay. For those that don't know me, my name is Stephanie. I write underneath my real whole name, Small Town Romance, no spice on the page. I just released a holiday romance book, and I'm here to support my friend Skye as she releases a book today. Yes. Oh. What do you want me to say? I haven't practiced my introduction in a while, so.
I haven't had guests in for so long that I'm like, how does this work again when you have a guest? Like, do you introduce yourself first, last? Like, I don't even know anymore. So I just did my normal spiel, and then I'm like, I have a guest today. And honestly, my intro
you can find me anywhere. Oh yeah, I was gonna say you can find me anywhere online. Just look at my name. Like,
yep,
I'm pretty easy to find.
I did put your link in the description. However, it didn't link it properly, so I'm gonna have to edit that and do it correctly.
Like the link tree, or
I was just trying to put your YouTube link. Yeah, but if you have a link tree, send it to me and I'll put that instead, because that would probably be easier and it might link easier. It just YouTube has this thing now where certain channels, if you put the @ and then their channel name, it will link directly with the little YouTube symbol, and it didn't this time, and I don't know why it does it for some channels but not for others. So
okay, yeah, I'll do that right now. No problem.
All right. What we're going to do tonight we're celebrating the fact that I have a new release coming out. Puck's Choice should be coming out at midnight, roughly. I don't know if it's midnight my time or if it's midnight Pacific time, so that's fun. I know I'll get an email that it's out, whatever it is. So it's not even out quite yet. But I figured we would do like some productivity sprints while we wait for it to release and just celebrate it. Because like I usually work nights. I asked for tonight off specifically so I could do some kind of launch stream and just celebrate the fact that it's out. And I just wanted to hang out with people. Well, I did so. So I don't know what else to say, really, honestly, because I have nothing.
Oh, that's for me.
Yep, I got it. I will add that during the first sprint. I will edit the description to add your stuff in.
Okay. I have a question for you. How'd you come up with your book titles? How do you come up with your book titles when you write books, Skye?
Oh, dear googly moogly.
I'm going to ask you questions that people ask me all the time, and I'm like, I just write something and then something appears. I don't know.
One of these days, I do want to do like a Q&A video. The problem is I have a tendency when someone asks me a question in comments, I just answer it in the comments or a vlog clip instead of like saving them up. So one day I will do like a Q&A. I have it because I keep answering the questions instead of like, oh, this would be good for a Q&A. Let me just save this question. But as far as titles go, it varies. Like I was actually discussing this with someone earlier because she was trying to come up with some stuff for her website. Hi, Angel. Angel has joined us. Hello.
Hi.
But she was trying to come up with some names for some stuff to put on her website, and she and I are the same in that we like alliteration, and so she was trying to come up with S words that were like space related, and I could not for the life of me think of anything other than stellar. And she's like, I've already got stellar. I can't use that one. I'm like, oh damn. So we were looking up synonyms and antonyms and other kinds of things.
I'm drawing a blank on that one.
She did get some. I will share her website in a little bit because that's what she was doing it for. And her website is now officially live. This was for Amy, by the way.
Okay.
For her creative agency site. Which went live today. It was supposed to go live yesterday, but it went live today because she wasn't quite done with it. And I was we usually do a work date meeting on Mondays. And I told her, I was like, you are working on your website. You're getting it done today. And she did. But because of that, I was telling her about the fact that the Damned and Dangerous Quartet, I was trying to come up with like names similar to that. Damned and Dangerous itself was the title on the pre-made cover that I bought for that particular book. And I asked the artist, I was like, can I keep that name? And she was like, yeah, sure. I was like, cool. And now I have to come up with 3 others that go along with that. And so I was like, I want the Damned and blank. And so I was looking up other D-related words that would kind of go along with the same theme. And because that particular series is about demons and vampires, it was easy to go with like deadly, demonic, desolate, all these D-related words. So that's one way. With the Shifters and Mages series with Puck's Choice, I really don't remember how I came up with the title for Puck's Choice, but I tend to with series. Once I come up with the title for one, I try to follow a theme with all of them. So like book 1 is Puck's Choice, book 2 is Jenna's Story, book 3 is Hunter's Betrayal, and 4 is Mage's Sacrifice. So like they just tend to flow with each other, kind of, sort of, not exactly. Once I come up with the initial idea. And then Puck's Choice came around because Puck's the main character and she has a lot of things going on in her life in this particular book. And she has to make some decisions that are like, some of them could get her killed. So I think that's roughly how that one came about.
Well, it's kind of like with my original Love and Rockaway Beach series. I originally named the first one Love and Lattes because they meet at a coffee shop. And then the second book, they, spoiler alert, there's a wedding. So I did Love and Kisses. And then I named a few others. And then I was like running out of names. I felt like once I did Love and Lattes and Love and Kisses, I was like boxed in.
Yeah.
So then when I recently redid everything, there's still a theme. It's not like love and something. There's still a theme because the first one is waves of love and laughter. Waves are on a beach. Mm-hmm. And then sand and second chances. Sand's on a beach. Yeah. So that's I still kind of with the theme, but I don't know if it works, but I'm not changing it again.
I'm done.
Moving forward.
Speaking of changing titles, that was one of the things because Puck's Choice is a republication. It was originally with a small press 10 years ago, and today is the 10-year anniversary of its original publication. And so, like, I did debate. I was like, I changed my author name between then and now, because I was publishing originally under my full name, Skye Hegyes, and now I'm publishing under SD Hegyes. And that's a whole long story that I actually have done a couple of series of videos on about that when I was talking about different projects and why I published what under what. But long story short was when I was publishing under Skye Hegyes, I was publishing any and all genres, and it was giving me mixed stuff as far as like reviewers, readers, and stuff like that. So I wanted to narrow the focus down for everything once I went indie. And so now I'm publishing under SD Hegyes. And another thing I debated doing was changing the titles of either the series, whether I changed the title of Shifters and Mages, or if I changed the titles of the books themselves. And in the end, I decided not to do either one. But with some series in the future, I've been calling them one thing, and they will be published under something else when I finally get around to that because of that change. So it happens.
I mean, it's been so long since they originally came out for you, and then you're, releasing it again 10 years later. I feel like even if you kept the same title, people would be like, didn't this get written underneath this other author, as opposed to other people that do it relatively close to each other,
Yeah.
So.
And we say that, and there was another series, not another, there was a book I read earlier this year that I swear to God, I've got the cover saved. The author changed their name but didn't update anything else. So the cover has changed with the new name of the author, and that's literally the only thing that's changed is just the name of the author. And I thought I was going crazy because I was like, I could have sworn this author's name was something else. So I went back through my images where I saved images of covers of books I read. And I was like, it was something else. But because nothing else had changed and nothing else indicated that a change had even happened, like, you know how in descriptions,
there's no author's note or for nothing.
Nothing.
No. See, so when I released, I put on my Amazon page about the books. I said at the very bottom, I'm like, this was previously published underneath a different title and author name, but stuff has been updated. So at least I updated stuff when I re-released it, not like the person that you read.
I'm pretty certain I did that for Puck's Choice too. It should say that at least. It should say that it was originally published under Skye Hegyes. And now I can't remember if it does or not. If it doesn't, I've got to update it so it does, because I don't want people to be confused. But I'm pretty certain I put that in the description. I'll check on the first sprint, because now it's going to drive me bonkers. Everyone's going to get an update less than 2 hours after the book comes out. It's literally going to be me having an updated description.
I have to this week I have to go in and update my ebook files, because I forgot to put hey, here's a link to the next book. At the end of the book you can just click the link and forgot to do that. I'm like, you know what? I'll do that. I said I was going to do it later and then I forgot. So big surprise, right?
Yeah. Heather's here. Hello. It comes out in less than 2 hours. I'm super excited. We're going to be here when it actually goes live. I should get an email that says it goes live. And plus my kid should be like, your book is available to read now. Because I pre-order my own books because I'm weird that way. So I'm gonna get us started on a sprint in a few seconds, and then we'll come back and chat after the sprint some more. But my dogs are currently outside, and it is -5 degrees outside, and I know they want to come in. So we're going to start a sprint. I'm going to get us started on that. And then, yep, now they're barking to be let in. So I'm going to get us set up real quick. Usually I do prompts for this, but I didn't have any prompts up. So I'm going to put your question that you just asked me up as the prompt.
Oh, okay.
And then during the sprint, I'll actually come up with some other prompts. Titles for your books or stories. Because based on what I'm going to be working on during this sprint and what I've been working on off and on all day today, that actually does tie in with that. So I'm going to add that banner. So if you're new here, we're going to do 4 25-minute sprints. During the sprints, I like to put up a prompt usually on the screen to give you some writing inspiration. This time I'm going to put up a question for anyone who is in the audience watching. And let me get my timer up. Where is that? Oh, I just literally have to change the screen. There we go. And we're going to do 25 minutes. Where did my kitty cat go? She ran away. She said, I don't like you. All right, here we go. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. How'd you do? What you do? Let me know in the comments. And of course, my computer is being weird. Come on, work with me. There it goes.
So many buttons. I forgot what I was doing. It's been a while since I've been on a live stream with somebody, so. What did I do? I'm stalking your Amazon page. That's what I'm doing. That's what I did during the break. I mean, during this sprint.
So I got an email from Amazon during the sprint that was like, we charged your card. And I'm like, oh, does that mean? And guess what? It's on my Kindle now.
Really?
Well, it's on my iPad. Yep.
Wait, what
I think
time
it's dependent on time zone.
Okay, what time is it there now? I don't know math. I'm sorry.
It's almost 11. It's like 10:42.
Okay. It still says releasing on the 3rd, so.
Yeah, on the page itself, it says for Kindle Unlimited, it says included in your membership December 3rd, and then it says read now for me. But I imagine for some people it doesn't say that yet. So if I was trying to read it through KU, I don't have access to it yet.
That makes sense.
I don't get it, but
Do you have KU?
I do.
Okay. You know what comes in handy is when you put your book in KU and then you can read it and then catch all the horrible mistakes after the fact. No, I'm kidding.
It's beautiful. It's perfect. We ain't gonna mess with it. The sad thing is that's exactly how I do a final proofread is I download it to my iPad and I go through it line by line.
Yes.
And I guarantee you there's still screw ups. There's still gonna be.
Well, my favorite screw up is misspelling the word the over and over again because then my fingers will move too fast and it's always a TEH all the time.
My favorite typo is when I misspell a character's name, like because there's multiple spellings of the same name sometimes. So you're trying to spell it one way, the computer doesn't catch it because it's different from the other way.
Right? Like, just know what I'm trying to do here. Like, read my mind. It's what you're there for, right? No, I'm kidding.
Exactly. That's what you should do. Heather also does where she buys her own books so that they're on her Kindle and stuff, which is awesome. I don't know why you're trying to bring me that. We're not playing. It is too late in the night to play. I don't want your ball. No.
You know, if you don't have Kindle Unlimited, you could just like email a Word document of your file to your Kindle address from your address. That's anyway. So I've done that, but I kind of like seeing how it is where other people see it because like sometimes my name will appear on 2 separate pages on the Word document, but it will appear on one page like it's supposed to in the Kindle version. So,
yeah. It's weird sometimes. Gotta love formatting and how the different e-readers read it. Hi, what do you need? What do you need? My love and affection? Okay, you got that. All right. Let's see. Angel answered the question. For the titles, I sometimes use ChatGPT for suggestions, but eventually I come up with my own ideas. Okay. Dark joined us during the sprint and said, my titles either develop early on in the story or are inspired by something in a song. Ooh.
Nice.
I do have a contemporary romance series where the whole series was inspired by a single song. The series itself is the title of the song, and then each book is one of the verses or one of the lyrics in the verses.
Can you do that? I mean, like,
I don't know. They're my working titles, so it's probably not going to stay that way. But okay. I don't think there's anything against it because honestly, the cat says it's time to go again. Hold on. reset that. Haha, we're just gonna ignore you, cat. Sorry. I lost my train of thought when I did that. I don't think there's anything against it because I'm not using them all together, but it's definitely one of those things where I have to research it before I start trying to publish those. But those were more my working titles because that was the song that was in my head obsessively when I was starting to come up with those ideas. So I was just like, let's go with it.
Gotcha. So my original titles, Love and Lattes, Love and Kisses, and all that, and the other three. I always forget them. I actually came up with them. I did Love and Lattes, and then I did a brainstorming session with like Eva and a couple other people on screen, like in the chat, and I just wrote down people's suggestions and I picked the ones I liked. So it was a group effort. Sorry I didn't stick with it, but it was just, what's really funny is when I renamed so I combined the first two books into a bigger one, and then I changed it all to first person point of view, and I took out some of the not cleaner scenes, and there was a couple, and so it's all going to be nice, so anyone can read it, even my own children. Thank you very much. What did I say? So I thought of the name, Waves of Love and Laughter, and then like 3/4 of the way through the book, I'm editing it, and there's that line, exactly, Waves of Love and Laughter in there. So I'm like, hey, I didn't know I did that. That's perfect.
It was fate.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Heather says, my Twisted Garden Saga titles are of a role of a character and a flora of the myth, legend, fairy tale is based off of. Ooh. I like that. Cami says, how's that time of day already? Ignore that I only got up 6 hours. Cami, I've been sleeping off and on all day today, so it's perfectly fine. I promise.
My boy woke me up at 6:30 and said, Mom, I'm ready to go. Because I was taking the breakfast, and I was like, we'll just go in the morning. It's fine. It's like, light outside. Can we go? Fine. Just need function first.
It is morning, Mama. Let's go. Thank you, Dark. And ooh, fairy lights. Love fairy lights. I've still got my ghosties up. They will stay up year round. It's 1 a.m. on the East Coast right now. Yep, almost. Heather is editing a book haul video. Ooh, I love those. He is, in fact, male. He is fully intact. He is our only animal that has not been neutered, and that's because they do it based by weight. And it's going to cost me close to $700 to get him neutered because of the fact that he is a big boy.
Really?
He is over 150 pounds.
I mean, I didn't know they charged based on how much they weighed.
This vet does.
Oh.
So. And actually, some of the vets in North Carolina did too. I got really spoiled because my mom worked at a spay and neuter vet clinic where that's all they did day in and day out. And so I got discounts from her working there. Plus they had different programs where they had deals during the year. So like my cats all cost me $25 to get fixed. And then the other 2 dogs cost me like $50 to get fixed. He would probably cost me like $100 to get fixed. So one of the things that we might do is next year when we're in North Carolina, he might be getting his snip then.
All right.
It's coming, Bubby. It's coming. You're just a cuddle bug. It'll be interesting to see how your personality changes afterwards. Can I have my arm back? No? Okay. Let's see. It's too late at night to play ball. I don't. Oh, googly woogly. Hey. You're being rude. Today was day 666 on Duolingo. Nice.
I'm tempted to restart it. I just haven't. Because I was so annoyed. Because I got to like day 165 or something, and then we were somewhere and didn't get service anymore. So we kept on like whatever. I'm over it.
I had a streak of it was from over a year. So it was like 370 something before we moved up here. And because moving up here meant going in and out of signal service areas, I lost my streak during the move and I haven't touched it since. That was 3 years ago.
Make it a resolution. I'll do it with you.
I don't want it.
Right? I'm like, oh, man. Oh, or you would do it and then it wouldn't track it.
Yeah. That's actually what happened a lot, because I would have service in all the hotels we stopped at and I was doing it each night, but it said I wasn't. So I was like, this year's Duolingo will go 650 days, and the next year will be 900. Dang, I'm here for it. You've got this, Cammie. Okay. All right. I think it's time to do another sprint. During that sprint, I need to get my charger because my computer is dying quickly for some reason that I don't know why. But that's okay, because I got a fix for that. It's called a charger. Let's see. And our next question is actually what I've been working on. I didn't ask what you're working on today. I asked the comments. I didn't ask you. What are you working on today?
Me?
Yes, you.
Oh. I'm actually working on my next masterpiece of a novel. I'm kidding. But no, I'm working on my next novel. It is going to be another small town romance set in the same world, but like a new series. Meaning that some people from these first 3 novels are popping up in it. Kind of, I haven't decided if it's going to be like, this is all going to be one series or like 2 separate ones. I don't know how people, like other authors that have crossover series do it. Do you know what I mean? Like, let's say so I have like 3 novels, and then in this next one, it's not in the same town. It's the town next to it.
Yeah.
And the focus is going to be new people. And I mainly did that because the town I made up didn't have a library in it, and so I was annoyed with myself. So instead of rewriting it all, I just made a new town next to it that has a library. So, in the Christmas short story, there's interaction with the new girl that I'm writing about, and so far I have like 9,000 words written from like back in May. I had no idea I wrote it then, but back then I wrote that she interacted with a couple of different characters.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out like if it's just going to be one big universe or if it's going to be like 2 separate universes that kind of intermingle. So
I have 2 series that kind of do that. Originally I thought about making it 1 series, but I did end up making it 2 series. It's 2 different. The first series actually involves 2 different towns. But the 2 different series, the reason I made it 2 series instead of 1 is because of the type of characters, because it deals with 2 towns that have shifters, and the humans know about these shifters. And so like the first series is about the pack leaders of the different shifters in the 2 towns. So one is about one town's leaders, the next one's about the other town's leaders, whereas the other series is about like the normal everyday people interacting with the humans who are moving into town and don't know that the town is full of shifters, and as they learn about the shifters being there. So like that's the reason I separated those 2, is because of the politics versus non-politics kind of thing.
Yeah, that's I'm gonna write it and then I'll figure it out. It's a future me problem, right?
Yeah. Tammy says, I have people who travel between those towns appear in the other book, like acquaintances or background interactions. I have a writer that lives in one town connect with the other town by making a library appearance and thus interacting with the main librarian, who is a connector to the 2 townsfolk. So is this one in 1 series, or did you have it as 2 series that are connected the way you're talking about, Cammie? That's what we're trying to figure out to do with her books, whether to make it a separate series or the same series, just multiple towns interacting with each other. 1 series. There we go.
So think like, okay, so I'm in Texas. Okay, so think there's Dallas, and then right next to it is Fort Worth. So like, characters that live in 2 separate areas, but they cross.
Yep.
A lot. So, I mean, it's just small coastal towns right next to each other, like not that far apart from each other.
Yeah, she said she did one series, Big Ass World, that connects them.
I mean, I don't have to worry about, just.
And then you can do even more books in either town and connect them that way. Like maybe you have the main character live in one town and then their love interests live in the other town. Like there's more possibilities if you make it one series, honestly, because you can do so much more interweaving both the towns together.
So I think what I'm going to do is, if we're going to do that, is I think I'm just going to name them the Tales of the Heart is the series name. Instead of like Rockaway Beach and then Tranquil Bay and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'll worry about that later. I haven't even made like a series page on Amazon yet for the new books or anything, so I'm still deciding.
There you go. Librarian doesn't know about the aliens, but the author is part alien. And there's folks who know about them in the second town who moved to the first town because that's where the agency is. Okay. Most of the second town have no idea that aliens exist. I like how yours is sci-fi. I was thinking it was like contemporary, and then you just drop in the aliens, and I'm like, what? Come again? I also going to write a series that I told you about in the subgenre of reverse harm romance, and my current work in progress, which is also part of the series. There you go. Nice. All right. And on that note, I think I've read all the comments. There was one comment I accidentally skipped up here with Dark. Dark said, I'm on day 735 of Duolingo doing Japanese, Korean, and Irish Gaelic. Irish Gaelic is the one I wanted to add. Oh, why is Facebook telling me stuff? Oh, okay. I don't care. So I was doing French before.
Jesse jumps between German, Spanish, and Japanese all on the same day. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I do actually want to learn German because there is a group of people called Hutterites here that are basically German Amish.
Okay.
And they speak predominantly German. And some of them don't even learn English. So they have their own communities and they actually come into town often to do the farmers market stuff, and they visit the clinic and hospital often. So like I've been wanting to learn German because it would be so much easier to speak to them.
Right.
Especially since their English is very heavily accented with German, and I have enough hearing problems with just English. If you add in accents, and I'm just like, I know you were talking English, but I have no idea what the fuck you just said to me.
When we were up in Pennsylvania for a few months last year, there was a lot of German speaking people up there. Like they were speaking English, but like their German was so. Plus, you also got the East Coast accent on top of the German.
Mm-hmm.
It hurt my brain sometimes, but I muddled through, I guess.
It's a mafia crime family, secret aliens, and the agency working with them, and everyday people that connect. Okay, Cammie, are any of these books out?
Yes,
because I feel like I need to read these, and I need you. You have wrench power now. I need a link if they're out yet. If any of these are out, I need them in my life because this just sounds like MIB, and I'm like, I'm here for it. All wrapped up in a spice level that could melt seeds. I like it. Oh, googly moogly. All right. The reason I was asking what you're working on today, I am working on organizing stories and files because a couple of months ago, I wrote down like a list of all of the story ideas, novels, novellas, short stories that I have already written. However, there is over 200 short stories on my list, and I can't find half the files. Like I remember writing them, but I've moved computers so many times and transferred files so many times that some of the stories are just gone. And it sucks. So now I'm like trying to make sure that I've got all of my files for the stories I still have left, and I'm reorganizing everything so that it's not like saved to multiple places so I can actually find them all, because like I had some stories saved in all of the places and some stories saved only in one of the 50 million places, and that's part of the reason they're missing. So that is what I'm working on today, which brings us to our question during our sprint today. How do you store or track your projects? and we will answer this, Stephanie, when we come back from the sprint.
Okay, no problem.
So here we go. Here is our lovely timer. I reset it to 25 minutes. We're going to do 25-minute sprint, and we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. Let me know how you did, what you did in the comments. Bring us back. So how do you store or track your projects?
In my brain and nowhere else. No, I'm kidding. Don't panic. I don't do that. Don't panic. It's a joke. So the original. So a lot of times I'll start as just like me, like rewriting like by hand. I don't do that much anymore. So kind of like I'll brainstorm about a character. But once I like start writing, it's Google Docs is most of them. I tried Scrivener for a while. I don't mind writing in Scrivener, but it's the process of taking it from Scrivener and exporting it. It all gets all weird. And then I've tried like copying from Scrivener and then pasting it into Word doc. But then at the end of every sentence, there's like this gray box that I have to go back and delete. It's weird. So I don't know. And I was just looking at in my Google Drive where my projects are, and I'm like, characters, what is that? And I'd forgotten in my very first book that's no longer available, I'd written down a whole cast of characters and who they were because it was based on my less than stellar upbringing. So I had written like who they were in real life and then their name in the book. I forgot I did that. But yeah, I stored them in Google Drive because when my computer dies, like it eventually will, then I won't totally lose everything if I forget to back it up. Like I'm an external and a lot of my writing is on an external, but not all of it.
Yeah. Completely understand that because I'm pretty certain the stories I have lost, like Cami asked, where is that? Are they all digital or some on paper? And I got to thinking about it. And yes, I do have some stories that are on paper that I haven't typed up. And those are on this list as well. But majority of the ones that are on the list that I don't have a check mark next to them because I don't have them on this computer are ones that were either handwritten and have already been typed and I do not have the paper copy anymore, or they were just straight up typed and between processes of changing computers and stuff like that, they're just gone. So I have a lot of stories where I know I wrote them because like I've got the general premise of the stories in my mind. And I'm like, I don't know where that story is. It's gone.
So yeah, like the last few years, I got in the habit of just typing it always up on my phone or on the computer in Google Drive just because less space to store all my mini half-written notebooks in.
Yeah.
And then like so I know what they are. I'll be like, horrible opening magic story, or this is dumb, fix this later, like in the file name. Or lost mother magic story, fix this, or this is dumb. But I keep it because you never know.
Yep. A lot of my short stories have turned into some of the novel ideas, so I can't say anything. Like Puck's Choice, that was originally a short story that turned into novella, that turned into a novel, that turned into a series. So here we are.
So are all of your writing ideas series or any of them standalones?
I've got a bunch of standalones as well. I've been like, this month so far has been nothing but like planning and setting myself up for success for next year, which is typically what December and sometimes even November is for me, is a lot of like just planning and getting things set up and organizing and stuff like that. We're also in desperate house cleaning mode because like the living room is the cleanest it's been in a long time. I don't even think it was this clean last Christmas. And the whole reason it got cleaned was because the youngest was like, I want to put up the Christmas tree today. That means the living room needs to get cleaned.
Speaking of Christmas tree, we have it kind of put up. Like we have it together and then we're just fixing the branches because we just ordered a new one. Because up until this year, we've always had like a 3-foot tall Christmas tree to fit in the RV. Because for those on listening that don't know, I lived in an RV for the last 6 years, and now we have an apartment. So because they're like, let's make it 6 feet tall. Mm-hmm. So we found one 6 feet tall, pre-lit, so I don't have to worry about stringing lights on it.
Yep. We did the same thing. We had to replace our tree because our tree that we've used for the past couple of years, it finally, like, it was a pre-lit tree and 90% of the bulbs died. And it was one of those where it was one of the first pre-lit trees that they started selling. So you couldn't replace the bulbs. So once they go out, they're out, they're done. So we went ahead and replaced it. And all we've done is we've fluffed it up and we plugged it in so it's lit up. And there's like 3 or 4 ornaments on it. And that's it. We have not finished decorating. That's a this weekend job.
Yeah, this week we're doing like getting the tree skirt, getting the tree topper, whatever we're going to get for the tree topper, some ornaments. And our cat, we have a cat. And every time we've brought new boxes in or like moved stuff around, the cat gets anxious and she goes and pees on stuff. Which is why like our bathroom doors are always shut. Closet door is always shut. She hasn't done it often, like in the last week or so. So we put it up and she was like sniffing at the tree and she didn't try climbing it. She like gnawed on it and she's like, this is not okay. It's not like a tree. I tried to climb in the squirrels back home. So,
One of the things that has been like the best investment ever that we hadn't planned on making, but it was something we just discovered. We haven't needed to buy ornaments in so long, it's not even funny. And we just happened to be looking at ornaments for some odd reason this year. And we noticed that they were selling shatterproof ones.
Yes.
So we have updated all of our ornaments, except for like the special ones. We get one each year that's supposed to be like the special family ornament. Mm-hmm. Except for those, we have updated all of our ornaments to the shatterproof ones. Because of the cats and dogs.
Yes. Yeah, we're so far, it's over in the corner and I'm sure I'll have a video or something to showing the tree, but like the kids are excited, but now it's just getting the ornaments. We were going to get ornaments today, but all the ornaments, we were in Target today, and all the ornaments in Target and Walmart were red, green, and gold for some reason.
Yeah. We got blue and gold ones.
We are going to do blue and white because I've always wanted to do blue and white, and no one ever lets me do blue and white, but I'm going to do it.
Good. There. You do it. So there, take it. All right. I'm going to go through some of these comments. Yeah. Cami said, okay, answer to the question is PC, laptop, phone, 4 external hard drives, and 1 thumb drive. Oh, that was the other thing. I used to have everything used to be on thumb drives, and I've had so many thumb drives go corrupted. I'm pretty certain some of my missing stories were on some of the corrupted thumb drives. That was the other thing I was missing. I'll get backed up every couple of days unless I did a lot of work. Then I'll get backed up right away. I have printouts of most of my work. That's the one thing I don't have is printouts.
I don't have a printer.
I have a printer that was given to me, but it was a toner printer.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost empty.
Mm-hmm.
The toner is like $100.
But how long does the toner last?
It lasts a long time. But because it's toner, there's 2 things. It only prints in black and white, and I do a lot of color printing, not for my manuscript stuff, but for like other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I need a new printer anyways because I want one that does color. So there's no point in me buying more toner for this black and white only printer when I want something that does color. So I'm saving up to get the color printer. And when this one finally tells me it can't print anymore because it's officially empty, I will be replacing it. So it works for now, but every time I go to print something, it's like, you're low on toner. I'm like, yes, I know. I'm trying to run you out. Let's see. Second part of Cammie's answer was bookmarks to relevant stories, details and story ideas and such. And my brain says there's more, but my dryer finished for the second time, so I have to pretend I'm a grown-up. Go make my bed. I thought she was going to say something about storing ideas in the dryer for a second there. And I was like, should we be worried?
I hate my dryer. Like, it's not the dryer. It's the fact that this apartment complex we're in, where the hot air goes out,
the vents and stuff,
it's clogged. Mm. And we know this because Best Buy, we got a brand new washer and dryer, like a sensor drive washer and dryer, came and they did an airflow test and there's no air flowing. Like it's so clogged. So we're just waiting for the maintenance here to fix it because then our clothes will dry in less than 12 hours. Because it just dries from it tumbling around in the dryer.
Yeah.
So We'll just keep on buying clothes, right? No. Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. My dryer works, kind of. My washer does not work at all. It works. It fills up, and every like 3 or 4 cycles, it'll just fill up and sit. And since we have to haul water, that's not worth it. Like, no, thank you.
I'm sure that once like the weather gets hot here again, we'll make use of like hanging some clothes out to dry in our little patio porch area outside our front door, but not now.
Yeah, no. I don't blame you. Angel says I use Notion Top Store to store and track projects. Okay. And then Cami is back from making the bed. Still isn't made. Oh, sorry. I lied. But the bedding is piled up on. Cinnamon, honey, and oats dough is mixing so I can make rolls later with it. Ooh. Fed and medicated up to thanks to maple cookies. I am here for all of that. Also use the spoon to scoop the honey to make the honey hot chocolate that will be cool enough to drink in about 8 hours.
How hot do you make the hot chocolate? Oh my goodness.
I hope that's a joke. Like, I hope it does not really take 8 hours for it to cool off and to drink. Oh, googly moogly. Sorry to pop off the kid, to put the kid from... Wow, I cannot talk. Had to pop out to get the kid from school. I do not blame you. You're on the opposite side of the world from me, so that's okay.
Yeah, I think they're in Australia?
I think so. I think she is an Aussie.
I think so.
Cami wrote a spicy against the door. Ooh, while visiting family for a month a couple of years ago, when I came home, I couldn't find my papers. It was never spoken of by either party.
Right. I'm just gonna ignore that and just move on. Okay.
You don't see anything. Dark says, I don't do standalones, and any short story is game to become something more at some point. Right? Oh, goodness gracious. I feel that. I feel that so hard. I've got short stories I started writing this year that are like trying so hard. The one wants to become a series. Like, there's a secondary character that's a sister to the main character, and she's like, write my story now. And I'm like, no! Don't you dare!
I wish I could write a standalone, because then I won't have to worry about continuity. No. I can't think of a word. Because then I wouldn't have to worry about making sure that the character in book 1 is described the same way in book 4. You know, I can't think of the word.
Continuality? That doesn't sound right.
Sure. Either. Yeah, that sounds
go with it.
Yeah, that sounds probable. We'll go with that one.
Close enough.
It's not like we write for a living or anything. It's fine.
That's why I like writing series where each book is a standalone and it follows different characters in just the same world. Because even like the Shifters and Mages series, the first story follows Puck. Second story follows Jenna. The third book actually follows 2 characters because it jumps in time. We start off in modern times with Rand, and then we jump back in time to... I've changed his name a couple of times. I think it's Jonathan. Because originally I had a name that was not common for during the Salem Witch Trials. It was like a more modern name, and I had to change it. And then I changed it to something that was actually the middle name of one of my exes. And I was like, no, we are not keeping that. So I think I finally picked Jonathan. I think that's what I settled on in the end. But I cannot remember. Whatever his name is. So between those two, it's got two main characters, technically speaking, because we jump in time. And then the last book follows Cassie. So each book is a standalone, and there is an overarching plot to the all 4. But each person tackles that plot individually, basically.
So you're like, are they all happening at the same time, or like, it's in the same world, but is it? Are they? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they technically continue the same overarching arc, but the individual story portions of them, they all go through their own sets of trials and tribulations and kinds of thing.
Okay, so like if you start with like book 3 of it, are you gonna miss anything if you don't do 1 and 2?
No, not really. It would be one of those where it would be easier to understand because you'll have some more context, but enough is explained that it doesn't really matter if you jump in at book 3 or if you can read book 4 before you read book 1.
Okay.
And you'd be okay. Hi, JC. Nope, you didn't miss the whole thing. And thank you. I think it's out now, like officially for everyone. I could be wrong about that. Well, no, 15 more minutes. It should be officially out for everyone. Should be.
It's not out for me yet. And I'm the closest freaking time zone to you.
You're an hour earlier than me, so you should have gotten it before I got it. And it's
nothing.
It's got to be set on like, I wonder if I already have access to it because I am the author.
Yeah.
I wonder if that has something to do with it. And maybe it's Pacific time.
Midnight Pacific time.
Which would be 1 o'clock my time and 2 o'clock yours.
Thanks. For, translating that math for me there.
At 3 o'clock Eastern. I think my math is correct. I'm pretty certain it is.
I'm so horrible at time zones that one time I accidentally signed up for like one of those AuthorTube writing live stream things, and I was on at like 4 a.m.
Whoops.
I really thought it was 6. I don't know what happened. Because sometimes the events will say listed as like Pacific time or Eastern time. Stick to one time and everyone just do the math from there. Yeah, plus then we were hopping around in time zones a lot too.
Yeah. Most of the ones that I have joined so far have been like the schedules will show one time zone, and from there I can calculate because my phone, I have the world clock, and I have something set from each portion of the world in each of the time zones just for that reason. So I can look at the world clock and be like, okay, what time is this time for me based on this time zone? Dark. I had an external hard drive and that was pre-cloud backup. Yes, same. My ex-husband oh no.
Accidentally. Sure.
I don't like how that is in quotation marks.
Yeah.
Actually. Especially since you said ex-husband, accidentally destroyed it while we were married, lost some writing from as young as age 12. Yeah, the earliest writing I have is from 2004, which is a full 10 years after I first started writing. I don't have anything before that at all. And that I know why that's gone, so it's all good. Stephanie, how can the property owners make 5 times the money if they fix the problem?
So here's the thing. So we move in here, right? And we're like, there's a washer and dryer hookup in our house, right? But there's no washer and dryer. And my husband's like, well, maybe they'll leave one behind. Like, they wouldn't do that. They have to like clear it all out. There's not even a washer and dryer thing at the apartment complex at all. There's one like 2 blocks down the road, and we did a load. And I was like, no, we're just use that credit card and get that washer and dryer because I'm not doing this. Or I'm just going to spend a lot of money on new clothes. Either way, I'm not doing this. But yeah, we did it in 12 hours to dry load because there's no airflow, which is a fire hazard.
Yes.
So,
yay. Clear out that vent.
So I don't know where we're on the 3rd floor. So I have no idea where that vent, like we can see on the outside of the building where there's like these little vent things on the outside, but I wouldn't know where, like, would they clean it from the inside? Would they clean it from the outside of the building or what? No idea. Don't know.
I have no idea, honestly. I know we clean ours from both. We start on the inside and then we make sure the outside is clear too.
Like, how do you clean it? Like with like a vacuum or?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cami says, I hang a lot of stuff in the only closet in my suite and turn my portable heater towards it, rotating the clothes every couple hours. Ooh, that's an interesting idea you could do.
It's true.
That might work. At least as a temporary thing. Even with the lid open, this tumbler keeps my hot chocolate scalding hot for about 8 hours, thus the drinkable. Okay.
My husband just got one of those travel mugs that says keep it hot for 8 hours, and he has to leave the lid off. And it's still hot at the end of the day.
Dang.
So, yeah.
I need me one of those. Okay, so Heather is a British girl living in Western Australia. So we were right. She is in Australia.
I remember something today. Woo. No.
I do have a brain. It does work. Woo. Talking to Dark, I hope he's been destroyed several times in your horror-esque stories. Yes, agreed. And Dark said, I thanked him for setting me free so I could go on and thrive without him in the acknowledgments of my first book. I love that. So speaking of that, the dedication in Puck is actually to one of my exes for that same reason. And then my husband. So like it's dedicated to both of them. One of them for basically showing me how love is not supposed to work. And then the other one for showing me what is good. So I'm like, yes, understand that completely, Dark. Completely.
You are in my acknowledgement of my ways of love and laughter, Skye.
What?
Yes.
Yay!
Because I was asking you opinions about like font choices and cover choices and things, and so.
Oh yeah.
Yes. I'm pretty sure.
There's so many people that I have to thank from various streams, and I can never remember like what I've talked about on various streams. That sometimes I'm just like, and to everyone on author 2. Who has joined me in the comments of my streams or commented on a video where I've talked about this. Thank you, because I don't remember who you are.
I think I did you, Emma from the UK, Emma, and then my newly discovered sister, who's up in Alaska. She helped me too, and she's read some of my books too. So
nice. Kemi says, how do cats know? I just dragged out materials to do some goal setting for 2025. Panda woke up and came over. Panda's got to sit on the arm and make sure you can't do work. She was at the top of the stairs in her nook, so it's not like she heard me. But she did.
Yes.
Now she's in her play location waiting.
Our cat will wake up from a dead sleep to go get a new ice cube in her water because our cat is not spoiled and definitely does not get an ice cube in her water when we get ice from the freezer because we have an ice maker now.
Nice. See, Angel says, I need to go do some grocery shopping with my baby girl, so I'll see you in your next stream. Thank you for joining me tonight, Angel, if you're still here. And if you're not, well, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Angel just had a baby, like, not even a couple weeks ago. So, like, the fact that she's doing streams and writing again, I'm just, like, really impressed because I could not for, like, that first month, at least, after both my girls were born. It was just not going to happen.
Like, months.
At least a month. With Gwen, the youngest, it was actually easier because she did sleep. But Grace was a colicky baby, so it was months with her. But with Gwen, with Grace was like a year and a half at that point, and she actually, because they were in the same room together, there were times when like Gwen would start to fuss because she'd spit out her pacifier, and Grace would go put it back in her mouth, and she'd be quiet again. Like that's all she needed. So it was great. There were times where I'd check in just to be like, okay, I haven't heard any noise in a while. And Grace was just sitting beside the crib watching her. And I'm just like, what the hell? Because she was waiting for the pacifier to be spit out so she could put it back in.
Okay, so Grace is the older one.
Yes.
And then the younger one is?
Gwen.
Okay, so right here now on this screen is the first time I've heard you refer to them by their names.
Yep, like usually I call them G1 and G2.
Right? Like when we met in person, I don't even think I remember you telling me their names.
And
or if I did, it was a long time ago.
I probably did. I probably just said girls a lot, honestly.
Yeah, they're just the girls, Peanut, whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, Gracelyn is the older one and Gwendolyn is the younger one. Gwendolyn likes going by Gwen, and Gracelyn actually goes by Gracelyn because there's like 3 other Graces in her class.
Okay.
So she was like, can we just go by Gracelyn to make it easier? And I was like, yes, we can do that. Heather says, I'm in her acknowledgments of a novelette, Scars from That Night. I'm happy to be in your acknowledgments, but I'm scared to know you say Scars from That Night. That scares me. So I'm like, is this a good acknowledgement or is this a fuck you, Skye acknowledgement? Because I'm here for either one. I just don't know which it is. Because I'm here for the acknowledgments where it's like a big like middle finger to those who screwed you over too. I was going to say months too, Stephanie. Yep. It definitely was with Gracelyn. It was definitely months before I could do any writing But to be fair, Justin was a stay-at-home dad, and he was very involved with the girls. So I wasn't the only one up with them. And that's part of the reason I was able to get back to writing, is because like we alternated who would take care of the kids. No, it's your turn this time. I did it last time, kind of thing. And with that made it a lot easier too. Or like when he and I would do stuff where I'm like, okay, I will take the girls out of the house for a few hours so you can do gaming with your buddies and you can do stuff. And then we would alternate. And like he would take the girls for a few hours so that I could do whatever I wanted to do as well. Like we got plenty of me time between the two of us because of that tag team and all that. Oh, the 7-day book challenge. Okay, that's awesome. Part of me misses doing the 7-day book challenge. And at the same time, I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that anymore because I get too many stories like started but never finished. Yeah, Dark's with me. I tend to collectively refer to my sons as the boys. I rarely speak of them as separately or use their names.
Yeah, I'll be like the kids or the kiddos, even though they're now 12 as of today and 14.
Woo!
I made Jackson cry today on his birthday. I felt so bad. But it wasn't even like, okay, so he woke up like at 6:30 in the freaking morning, ready to go. Let's go to Denny's for breakfast, right? So I go to Denny's, and I'm always like cutting up their pancakes so that they can have the pancakes while they're warm. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I can do it. And he was like taking his time, and I'm like, here, I'll cut it up for you. And he cried because I cut up his pancakes because he wanted to do himself. I'm like, I think you're a little tired.
I can cut my own pancakes.
I'm like, you only got 7 hours of sleep instead of your usual 11. I think you're a little tired there.
See, my landlord does the same thing with their cats. They both have names, but you wouldn't know it to hear them talk about them because it's just the gray one or the black one.
Well, lately our cat is just called Furball, but it has a name.
There's I think it was a Reddit post or something that I followed for a little while there where it was, I don't know if it was a story idea or if it was actually like a real life scenario where this happened, but these two girls were living together and had a cat, and neither one would call the cat by its actual name. And there was theories in the comment section. Does the cat belong to either one? And they're just waiting for the other one to say the name because they don't know what the actual name of the cat is. Like, does the cat belong to neither of them and just both of them assume it belongs to the other one? Like, and I was like, I want to write this story idea. Like, this would be a fantastic story idea where neither person owns the cat. The cat just showed up one day, and then both of them assumed that the other was the owner, and they're waiting for the other one to call it by its name so they can know what the name of the cat is, and neither one calls it by a name because it doesn't belong to either one of them. JC says, Stephanie, my daughter is now 21, and the other day I called her my baby, and she gave me this look, and I said, hey, you're always going to be my baby, right?
Yes.
Cammie says, when my youngest brother had a baby, I teased my mother constantly that her baby had a baby. Called my younger son 10-year-old baby. He's my last kid, so I told him he will always be my baby, even when he's a 6'3" man.
Yeah, my kids are going to be so much taller than me. They're almost as tall as me now.
That is Graceland's biggest thing right now. She comes up to me every once in a while. She's like, I'm taller than you. I'm like, you're wearing your thickum boots that are like this tall heel wise. I'm like, that doesn't count.
So one is like 5'1", and the other one's 5'4". I'm 5'6". So
I think they're both right between like 5'5" and 5'6", and I'm 5'7". So,
but like, I don't know how tall I'd be if I didn't have my scoliosis issues with my spine. So
yeah. Ow, my eyeballs.
I like your shirt, by the way.
Thank you.
I just noticed it was a fox on the last one.
Yeah. I was gonna like get all dressed up and like be pretty and stuff, and then I was like, no, it's too cold in the house for that shit. I'll just throw on my fox hoodie. Which is perfect. Because Puck is the fox shifter, so that's perfect.
Yeah, that's what caught my eye about it.
Let's see. Cammie says, now my oldest baby has 2 grandbabies, none through me. And Dark says, I'm 5'8". The boys are both 5 foot even for now. Older son has the same size feet, so I know it won't be long. They're just going to go vroom really quickly.
Well, Illy already is wearing a half a size bigger shoe than me already. So who knows how tall that one is. But she also has no meat on her either. Like,
yeah, the girls and I are all wearing the same shoe size. Actually, I think the younger one is wearing half a size bigger than I am. But it depends on brands because brands are like all over the place as far as sizes go. So
yeah,
there's that too.
We're like 10 to 10 and a half.
Yeah.
Depending on the size. And Illy's sandals are 11, but her tennis shoes are 10 and a half. So,
yeah. All right. I've reached the end of the comments.
Woo-hoo.
So we're going to do another sprint.
Okay.
All right. And I got another question for us because I actually prepared some during one of those sprints. So here's the question. Out of the protagonists you've written about so far, which one do you feel related to the most? So we're going to come back and answer this after the sprint. So here we go. Here is our timer. I actually stopped on the 3-second mark so that we could start on time. So here we go. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. How'd you do? What you did? Let me know in the comments. All right, it helps if I actually click on the comments. There we go. Haha. I can do this, I promise. Sometimes I cannot. Oh, googly woogly.
I would say it's cold, but you'll just be like, it's not as cold as here, so suck it up.
No, you're allowed to say it's cold. Because anything below freezing is cold to me, or anything even close to freezing is cold to me. It doesn't matter if it's below or not.
I don't know what. Well, I'm in my closet, and there's no heater vents that go into the closet itself. So
that makes sense.
Let's see how cold it is outside now.
Heather has to start afternoon shift at day job. So if you're still here, bye Heather, but you're probably gone. I think you're gone by now.
It's 41 right now. So
that's still pretty cold.
Yes.
Especially if you're stuck in a closet with no heater vents and no heater.
I don't have to worry. Right. I don't. Okay. So if you saw this, there's barely room for me. I can't even sit I'm back here, wall. There's a wall on the other side, but there's some bins and stuff. So I can't even stretch my legs straight all the way without hitting them. So yeah, like, let's see here. There's just, it's a nice closet size, but
that's not terrible. It's just
the kids' closet is like a whole freaking bedroom. It is ridiculous. We would have taken that room, except for that room is further away from the front door. In fact, our bedroom has an emergency exit door. So here's apartments here and here, and then there's a walkway. And then our front door is here. There's in the walkway, there's the emergency exit door. When they built it back in 96, when they built the apartment complex in 96, they had to give everyone an emergency exit. But because we're on the third floor, it's not likely for us to jump out the window to our death when there's a fire or something. So they gave us a second way to get out.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's great, except for like the first month we were here, our neighbors were outside partaking in things. And so there was like a little draft. Not like a draft that's like, oh, the store needs to replace, but just coldness would seep through, and then the smell would seep through, and it got better. I don't know why he's not outside anymore doing that. Probably because it's too cold. Who knows? Okay.
So the question was, out of the protagonists you've written about so far, which one do you feel you relate to the most?
Okay. So
when I self-insert.
So yes, I for sure wrote self-insert into my first book, Ways of Love and Laughter, because when I had finished writing my childhood upbringing stories, I was like, I need a better something to write about. Ileana says, you should write how you and Dad met on a blind date. So there's a blind date in it, and there's lots of stuff that happened on the blind date that's in there, but is not a factual account of what happened on our blind date. Because, whatever, you know what I mean? Okay.
Based on a true story, not a true story.
Yeah. So like the main character, she like left a bad relationship, and she was gonna be like, I'm done with dating, and then she like opted to like, oh, I remember about this dating profile I have on this website. I'll see what's there. And some of the questions that the main character asked her in the book, Jesse actually asked me in his messages back to me on this dating website. There's Plenty of Fish. It wasn't like a weird, like, let's hook up dating website. It was a Plenty of Fish dating website.
Oh, I don't know if that's still around. The only ones I hear about these days are Tinder and Hinge. Those are the only ones I hear about. So I don't even know if Plenty of Fish is still around.
Yeah, I don't know either. And what's funny is that when I emailed him, he thought he got rid of all of his dating profile website places. And so he happened to be like, he opened up his computer to like check on something and he got an email and he just happened to get it on the same. So yeah, so my main character from my first book is most like me because of those reasons. And, I put some funny things that happen on our date in the book, but then like how the proposal went down is not how our proposal went down. So there's lots of other differences, but you kind of like write what you know. So it's been interesting to write other main characters in the books following because I have to make them as different. They can't all be a dramatic person recovering from a traumatic past, although, I mean, people do write that, but
yeah.
So I think, yeah. So Sophia Lopez is my smoke character.
Nice. So I saw in your comments, you said you Googled it and Kindle uses Pacific time zone, which makes sense, which means we still have another 30 minutes before it goes officially live. Primarily based in Seattle. Okay. She'd only tell us to suck it up if she's out in the shed.
I got tired of refreshing.
Well, now you can wait 30 more minutes before you refresh.
All right.
Dark got 2,200 words yesterday, and so after hanging lights, I'm on brain break. And this foolish quiz video asked me to choose between Hyunjin. Am I pronouncing that right? I am probably not, and I apologize. And you would think I would know these people's names because my sister is obsessed with Stray Kids right now, but I don't.
I only know about Stray Kids because I watch another author tuber and she always talking about Stray Kids and concerts and her picture card wall. Yes, yeah, it is.
I love her.
I want to call her out.
I sent some of her videos to my sister so she could geek out over Stray Kids with her. I was like, I straight up told my sister, I was like, this is an author tuber, so this is not your thing. But in this particular video, she does nothing but gush about Stray Kids, so I figured you would appreciate that.
Right? She has like over 500 face cards. Or is that what they're called? The face cards, like 500.
Cards. And
apparently she has a Stray Kid Instagram, like just about it, but I haven't found it. I haven't. I mean, I'm obviously I didn't go looking for it either, but still.
I just love that she has that hobby, and it amuses me greatly. I'm here for the hobbies.
Great, yeah, because it shouldn't just be about writing all the time. But I don't know. I'm going to talk about it in my videos since I'm not traveling anymore. So who knows?
Time for you to find a hobby.
Yes.
Cami says in Canada, every single dwelling with suites 2 residents is legally required to have 2 ways in and out of the building. Silly Canadians. Americans don't need safety.
Yeah, there was in our kitchen above the. Okay, so there's a microwave, the hood that's like sets that vent up, and then our stovetop. There's these weird things connected, and they're fire extinguishers for stove fires.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm about to say that sounds like Sarah Sutton. Yes, it is.
I don't know like who you guys all watch. So if I'm like, oh, that's Sarah Sutton, blah blah blah, and you'd be like, who are you talking about? You know what I mean?
Hey, if you ever mention someone and I go like that, you need to straight up just send me a link because it's probably someone I'm not following yet and I need to.
Did you see that she moved back in with her parents? Yeah.
Not gonna lie. So I've been talking off and on, especially in my last couple live streams, about the fact that we're thinking about moving. Not thinking. We're going to move. It's just a matter of when and how and where. And one of the things I told some of my friends about it, and the first thing they asked, they were like, are you going to move back in with your parents? Because my parents live in like this 5-bedroom house. And before we moved up here, we were staying with them for a little while with the plan of like buying a trailer because they had 5 acres of land and we were going to buy our own trailer to put on the land. And that just never happened. And then we moved up here. So the first thing that they all asked me was if I was going to be moving back in with my parents. And I was like, no. If it was just my dad, yes, in a heartbeat, without a doubt, without a question, I would automatically be like, hey, Dad, I'm coming to live with you. I cannot live with my mom again.
We spent from middle of April until August, I think, at my in-laws' house. I say in-laws, but it's just my mother-in-law is no longer living. So it was my father-in-law, and then his other two sons.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, we'll stay here. I thought we were going to stay here a month, but like now we're not. Then I eventually said, we will stay here. But as soon as your sister even says that she's going to come, I'm done. I can't send your sister. No, we're done. Over it.
I feel that. Like, it's one of those situations where, like, I've seen a couple of different author tubers and even some regular like YouTubers talking about some stuff that's happened in their lives as they grew up. And I was like, and they're talking about it in a way that they're like, this is definitely abuse. And I'm like, that's abuse? That's how I grew up. Oh, okay. Good to know. Right? No wonder I have so much trauma.
It's not trauma. It is, what was I going to say? It's not trauma. It's an interesting backstory.
I like it. That's a nice way of putting it. But like my sisters and I, every once in a while, we have a group chat that's just us, and then the group chat that's like all of our immediate family, like mom, dad, brothers-in-laws, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And every once in a while in our sister chat, we talk about things that happened as we grew up that all of us distinctly remember. But if any of us mention it to our mom's like, that never happened. And I'm like, oh, yes, the fuck it did. We got scars to prove it.
So, like, I stopped talking to my dad a long time ago when he was still living. We got into foster care for a few years in Reno because of him and his crap choices. And so years later, my grandma calls and tells me, hey, your dad has cancer. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry for you, Grandma, because he was the only kid of hers that was still talking to her. Then she calls me back, hey, he's in remission. I'm like, oh, thanks for telling me. I had never felt so disappointed. And then it came back. Okay, that's all right. I'm totally fine. I realized I wasn't as over what he did when I felt let down that he didn't. But then a while later, the cancer came back, and the cancer was from smoking and drinking in large quantities over most of his life. Okay, so it wasn't like it was partially lifestyle choice.
Got it.
Okay, so the cancer came back, and he died, and my plan was to go to the funeral, and I have horrible public speaking problems. Okay, so go to the funeral and wait for everyone to be like, oh, Steve was so wonderful and great, and then I was gonna be like, the hell's wrong with all you guys, and talk about everything that he did, and then I was gonna leave. My brother, who got worst of good, just me and my brother got the most of it. He was gonna pee on his grave.
Oh my god!
But there was no funeral memorial. He got cremated.
Okay.
I was a little sad, but yeah.
How to tell you're not over everything that happened to you growing up? 101.
Yeah, so
yeah. Oh, there's things more and more that the older I get, the more I realize that I'm like, that was not okay. That was not why did we grow up thinking that was allowed and okay? And it's just one of those things where like we didn't hang out with enough people who had a different kind of lifestyle to know that was not okay. So JC is like, I do not get the obsession, but she's so cute when she's gushing about them. Same. Like, I don't understand the obsession either, but it is absolutely adorable. I'm just like, oh, you're so cute. I love it. There's another book reviewer, Aspen's Archive, who is also a K-pop enjoyer. Nice. That being said, I am starting to watch some of the K-dramas if they're available on Netflix.
Okay, I haven't watched any. Because I'm like, I feel like if I start watching them, I might like watch them all, and then where's half my life gone? No.
I have to watch those in like spurts because so I don't know if they're available in English, but I watch them with subtitles, even if they are available in English. I couldn't tell you if they are or not, honestly, because I don't even check anymore. So those are ones where I actually have to pay attention because I don't understand the language. So I'm sitting there reading the screen while everything's going on. And that's the first thing. But the other thing is that when I first started taking an interest into K-dramas, I actually asked people for recs from a couple of different people who, this was before I actually found Sarah Sutton, honestly, and some other people I've noticed that watch K-dramas, but they mentioned some of their favorite K-dramas, and I was like, this is things I'm not interested in. And of course, everything they mentioned, that was the main portion of the storyline. I'm like, why are you guys recommending this shit for me? This is not my thing. Like the biggest one, the first K-drama I ever watched, and it actually took me about 2 years before I started watching another K-drama, because I was like, if this is the best of the K-dramas and this is the kind of storyline we're going to get, I don't want to watch it. And that is Boys Over Flowers, I think it's called.
Okay.
It's a bully romance. I cannot stand a bully romance. And that was the first thing I told some of these people, and all of them suggested this particular show. I was like, if you suggest me anything, it cannot be a bully romance. And that was the one they suggested. I was like, why? Why do you guys hate me? Oh, my goodness. I felt so bad that one time where she felt she had to rationalize her love of K-pop. No, yeah, I remember that. And I was just like, no, girl, you're allowed to like what you like, okay? Exactly. I think I commented, girl, you don't owe us an explanation. Enjoy your K-pop. Exactly. Some people are garbage. Just let people enjoy things that make them happy. Exactly. Esther is a huge K-drama watcher. Tell her what you like, and she will point you in the right direction. I have actually found some that I really enjoy now. It's just that I had to get over that hurdle of being betrayed.
All right, Skye. You said you like them now, so what are some that you like?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. I want to know, what do you like? Which ones? Which ones do you watch? Have you watched that you liked?
Honestly, I've been watching the ones that are based off of like webtoons and like anime. So like I watched the movie My Happy Marriage, I think it's called. Okay. I like a good romance tale. That's always going to be the case. Oh, shishka you. Oh, my book is officially out, according to the email I just got.
It is not.
So maybe if
it lied to you. It lied to you. It's not available.
I think Amazon just hates me.
Probably. It's fine. I do love your cover. It is beautiful, by the way.
Thank you. I do too. I'm looking at Netflix now to see what I've watched recently. I'm in the middle of watching See You in My 19th Life, which I really enjoy. I'm watching My Demon. Let's see. I've only just started getting into them, so there's not a lot. And I don't watch a lot of TV.
I honestly will watch a lot of I watch TV at night when I'm also typing up stuff at the same time. So a lot of times it's just rewatches of things I've already watched before.
Yeah.
Which people say that's a sign of depression or whatever, but I don't really care.
Well, dang.
Yeah, exactly. Me too.
Why am I getting an email saying that's available then? Amazon lies! Lies!
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
I watch a lot of movies, but I haven't watched any K-drama movies except for the My Happy Marriage. I've only watched the shows of K-dramas. And of course, now I'm looking, it's not showing any that I've actually watched in the past. It's just showing me new suggestions.
Jesse's been watching, what is it? My Wife is there, my Wife is a Demon or something like that. I'll have to ask him.
I don't know that one.
I mean, it must be pretty good. He's been waiting for new episodes or something to come out. But that book that I sent you, My Freaking Romance, that's the first one. It's complete on webtoon, I think. And that's the first one that me and Jesse actually read through together, all the way through together.
Nice. I've actually read the whole thing too.
But it's really nice to see it like in book form.
In physical form, yes.
Yeah.
There's another webtoon where there are 4 seasons out online, 3 seasons out online. And then the artist, either they had something happen with Webtoon, the company, or they just decided to leave Webtoon. I don't know which, but now they're releasing physical forms of the books rather than putting them on Webtoon. So they've got the 3 on Webtoon plus the first 3 and a 4th volume online, and they're on my Amazon wish list. And I'm like, I want them so bad. And that is Let's Play.
Okay.
So, but I really enjoy that one. It's funny. There's some things I don't like about it, and I'm hoping when I read the 4th volume, some of the things that look like they're happening don't actually come to fruition, but they're leading that way, and I'm just like, no, don't do this to me. So, let's see, what else have I got? Alchemy of Souls is a good one that I'm watching. There was another one. I don't think it was a K-drama though. And it ends on a cliffhanger because they were going to like continue on with it. And it's called Ghost Bride, I think it's called. And they had plans to continue it, but then COVID happened and they canceled it.
That bites.
So it ends on kind of a cliffhanger and it sucks. But I did enjoy what I watched. Like, it was good. I was super excited when I read that it was going to get a continuation, and then I read that it was canceled because of COVID, and I was like, fuck. And of course, those are the only ones I can think of off the top of my head. But like I said, I watch more movies than shows.
See, I have a hard time sitting through a movie, but I'll watch like 4 episodes in a row.
Don't ask me how that works. It's magic.
Yes, it is.
I believe it's magic. I believe it's magic. Oh, and going back to our question. So, funny story. We were talking about protagonists and which ones like self-insert and stuff like that. And I like to tell people, so the first 2 books in the Shifters and Mages are Puck's Choice and Jenna's Story. And I'm like, if you knew me back in high school, Jenna is who I was. I was straight up Jenna. I was the quiet kid who didn't talk to anyone, who kind of stood back outside the crowds and listened in but didn't participate, if I even did that. Usually I was just off in my own little world and like didn't know anything was going on until it actually happened to me. And like very much a pushover that probably had rumors about her that she never knew about. But Puck is me now. Puck is very brash. She's very upfront. She's like, I'm not going to put up with your fucking bullshit. I will take you out if you so much as speak badly about someone I like. Like, they're very polarizing moods. But both has actually been my personality. It's been like how I was in my household with my parents versus how I am now outside of my parents' control. Been a very interesting thing. I'm with JC. She's like, but that's the same length of time, Stephanie.
I don't know. Like, I will sit through like 3 episodes of 911 or 3 episodes of 911 Lone Star, but I can't like just sit there and watch. Although there are movies I'll sit and like watch over and over again. Like, I've watched Red, White, and Royal Blue like 4 times in a week because I love that movie.
I haven't watched it yet.
But I made the mistake of watching a movie and then listening to the audiobook after the fact.
Oh no.
Oh, it was horrible because the person that they used for the narrator of the Prince and then of the President's son. Well, the President's son is like part Hispanic in the movie, but in the audio version, he is not. He's like some PC white ass like Midwestern Kansas person. Sorry if that offends anyone. Whatever, get over it. But like, and then it was a very like posh British accented narrator. So
got it. I don't know what she's saying yeah to.
I don't know, but her next comment, she goes, and see, 4 episodes of an hour-long show is even longer than one movie, but it's not because 4 episodes of an episode is like 43 minutes.
45. Yeah.
45 minutes.
So here's my thing with the episodes versus movie. To me, see, I'm that kind of person that will sit through a movie better than I'll sit through an episode of a show because I'm a binge watcher. So like if a show has like 8 episodes, I have to watch all 8 episodes of the season in one sitting. And depending on the show, that could be as long as like 2 hours, or that could be as long as like 3 days. Depending on the length of the show and each episode plus how many episodes there are. However, movie is, it's either going to be like an hour and a half to 2 hours done kind of thing. But on the other hand, for those who are not like me, who are not binge watchers, I feel like the episodes are easier to get through because you can step away for a break between episodes because each episode is its own little arc. Right. Whereas the movie, if you take a break, you're pausing somewhere in the middle of the arc and you're just like, okay, mentally you're like, I have to recap what happened after I take this break for whatever I need to do for whatever reason. There's your justification. It's because the episodes are all self-contained stories that are less than a movie.
And then, okay, so Jesse will go to sleep and I'll, and wake up in the morning and I'm like, so I accidentally watched, I don't know, I start a show and I'm like, oh, I accidentally watched like 7 episodes. Mm-hmm. He's like, how did you accidentally watch 7 episodes? I'm like, well, it kept landing on the cliffhanger. And you know what? His tidbit of advice was, that's why you pause episode midway through. No, that is not okay. Kind of like stopping reading in the middle of a chapter. Like, who does that?
I have stopped in the middle of a chapter because like something was too emotionally distressing or like I can't handle it right now kind of thing, or just like because I tend to listen to books while at work. If I'm listening to an audiobook, mm-hmm. It's like one of those things where like I have to take a moment to actually like think about whatever's going on. So I have to pause my thoughts.
Okay, while I'm doing work. JC, I'm not here for math, okay? So you can take your math and shove it, okay? I'm over it. Love you.
But yeah, it was when you like your Puck now when you don't take. Yes, yeah. Anyone who reads Puck and then reads Jenna is gonna be like, "What the fuck, Skye? What happened to you?" Because they are like complete opposites of each other. To be fair, it's gonna be a while before Jenna comes out. I did debate. You were talking earlier about putting like pre-order links in the backs to your books for the next book, mm-hmm. And I purposely didn't do that because I don't want to set myself up for failure.
Oh no, I don't mean a pre-order link. I'm like, okay, so I have Waves of Love and Laughter is out, in Kindle Unlimited, and I have book number 2, Sand in the Second Chances, and then the holiday book. So once they're out, go in to the file and say, hey, if you're interested, I don't know, some quick 2-line thing of here's the next book, or put like the first chapter. Hey, here's a sneak peek of the next book, and do a chapter, and then put a link. So then it'll open up to the Buy Me page on Amazon where I have my book. Not a pre-order, because I'm not allowed to do pre-orders anymore.
You lost that privilege too, huh?
I lost that privilege. It's fine.
I lost that privilege 4 years ago, and I decided not to do it again. So Puck's the first pre-order I've done in 4 years, and I did not set it up until it was completely ready, at least the ebook form. And I purposely did that. I'll be doing the same thing in the future with every other book from now on. I will not be setting up a pre-order link until the book is completely done.
That's what Sarah Cannon does. She just, once it's done, then she
sets up a pre-order link and puts it out. Yeah. And I'm hoping that in the future, Puck's an exception because I wanted it out on its anniversary date, and the ebook has been ready for a while, and I was just like, screw it, we'll do the ebook and I can put out the paperback later. But for future books, I will not be putting up a pre-order until both the ebook and the paperback are ready, so I can put both out at the same time. Because like I now have the paperback cover design for Puck, but it's probably going to be closer to January before it comes out because I do want to order a proof copy, and with the winter holidays, Christmas and stuff, I fully suspect it's going to be a few weeks before I get that proof copy to go through it and make sure there's nothing wrong. So
my second book, Santa's Second Chances, it's you could buy it, and I was like, I want to save a little bit of money, and I'm going to order an author copy. Mm-hmm. It hasn't even started shipping yet. It says it's supposed to be here Wednesday because I want to see like how does the version of the first one, because there are some issues I had with the first book. like printing quality, and see how it is on the second book.
Okay.
And see, and plus I just like having the book in hand. Like, if you're going to talk about your lovely book, you should have it.
Yeah, that's the one thing I do regret. I do not have physical copies of several of my books that I had published in the past when I had it under Skye Hegyes. I think I have 2. I'd have to go in the library and check because I don't remember anymore. And then I have the 2 anthologies that I have stuff in the past couple of years, and that's it. That's all I have. Like, we're doing math with episodes. Like, that's why I like anime 23-minute long episodes, 20 if you skip the opening and end themes. Yes, this exactly is how. So my family's been watching Delicious in Dungeon. The girls and I watched the first 3 episodes on our own for like a girls' night, and then it turned out we talked to the hubs, Justin, and he had watched the first 3 episodes too, and we were like, oh, we'll just turn this into a family show and we'll all watch it together. So like 2 days before Thanksgiving, we watched 3 more episodes. Why we like watching them in threes, I don't know. We just do. And then on Thanksgiving, we binge watched the rest of the show. So we finished Delicious in Dungeon for this exact reason. We were skipping the opening and end themes. So
my kids have been watching. So on, I think Hulu is where they watch this anime through. It's not a season, it's an arc. Like blah, blah, blah arc. And it's Demon Slayer.
Oh, we love Demon Slayer.
So Ileana, she's 14, and she's like, I go, what do you want for Christmas? She goes, Taylor Swift and Demon Slayer stuff in my room. So I was actually at Walmart, and I found a Demon Slayer poster at Walmart, like on the end display where they had different posters. I was surprised. And she's getting Taylor Swift stuff. It's fine. It's good.
It's a good mix.
It's okay. Like, yeah.
I was going to just say, trick your mind and stop the movie at half-hour intervals. I'm a binge watcher too, usually 21 hours at a time, right? Like, I don't watch TV a lot, but when I do, I watch a whole lot all at once. Them damn K-dramas. They do. The K-dramas especially like to end on cliffhangers, so you have to watch the next one to find out what the heck's happening. They're good at that.
It's like those soap operas, like One Life to Live, that like a month later you're still on day 1. Or like a month later in our time, you're still on day 1 in the world's time that you're watching.
Yep.
I can't talk. It's fine.
And Tony came back. Once the oven comes up to the temperature, the rolls will go in. Then after them, the
spanakopita pie. Spanakopita.
Yep, that. Hourglass purple. Okay, that's the hourglass symbol emoji. Okay, StreamYard doesn't show it for me. 21 hours, yeah. Yeah, most episodes are like an hour or just over, and anywhere from 16 to 24 episodes. Yep. Boys and I are looking forward to the movies that are going to wrap up Demon Slayer, right? We were on Netflix the other day scrolling through after we finished Delicious in Dungeon to find the next show we're going to watch together. And we scrolled over Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer was one the Hubs and I were watching together, not the kids. And we were like, we haven't watched it since we finished season 1, because at the time we were watching it, season 1 was the only one out. And now it's up to season 5. And I'm just like, Justin, we got to get on this and watch this again. And I was like, and there's movies out. So, but honestly, lately, when Justin and I have both had time off together and we spend time together, we've been gaming, not watching TV. So that's why we haven't caught up on anything. So I have reached the end of the comments, which means it's time for another sprint. And I've got one more question left that is related to the Shifters and Mages series specifically. So it says, if you could be a mage or a modern day witch or a shifter familiar, which would you choose and why? Stephanie, you and I are going to answer this question after we get back from the sprint. Here we go. We got 25 minutes on the clock, and we are going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. How'd you do what you do?
Do you want to know what I did, really?
Yes.
Yeah. I was reading your book.
It's live! Yay!
I'm on page 19 on chapter 2.
Woo!
So, yes.
Nice. Where's my other... Oh, shoot. This one.
I just want to say the dedication teared me up to no end. Made me cry. Like, way to go, Skye. Like, let me read that loud for the crowd here we got. Okay? This is what it says. To Matthew, for giving me exactly what I needed, even though I thought it was a punishment. To Justin, for helping me see my worth, following the aftermath in everyday sense. Oh, it's so sweet. See, I'm going to cry again. But I cry at commercials, so, whatever. It's fine. My kids are always like, really, Mom? You're crying again? Like, I'll explain movies or shows to them, and it's sad, or it's something I've watched a million times, and I get tears in my eyes. I'm like, books don't make me cry. Oh, well, they'll make me cry, like the writing there. But I don't. Anyways, but yeah, they're like, Mom, really? You're crying again? Yes, it's fine. Just ignore me. I have enough emotion for me and Dad together because Dad never shows emotion. It's fine.
Justin's gotten to the point where if there's anything remotely sad going on the TV, he suddenly stops watching the movie. He looks at me. He's like, he's waiting for it because he knows it's going to happen and I'm going to start crying. Oh my goodness. All right. So Puck is now live officially, which is awesome. Yay! And we discovered it was Pacific time because I did have that comment starred. Because you said you had looked it up and researched that. All right. And the next starred comment, because I was trying to star comments where we stopped so that I could continue on from there as far as comments go. But before then, the question was, which would you rather be? A shifter who is like a modern day familiar, or a mage, which is like a modern day witch? Now, before we go into the answers, I probably should have explained how this works a little bit. So mages, it's not like witches the way you think of it. Magic is basically, I have a very soft magic system. People every once in a while talk about hard magic systems, soft magic systems. There are no rules kind of thing. And it's very soft magic system in the fact that the mages can do almost anything that you want as far as magically allowed. However, their magic is based off of how much energy they have. So the more energy you have, the stronger your magic is. The less energy you have, the less powerful your magic is. So while you technically can do anything you can imagine with your magic, if you don't have enough energy to do what you are trying to do, you will kill yourself. Because you're using up all your energy in order to do it. Or you'll have a half-completed spell. The shifters, on the other hand, the familiars, they are the mage's guardians. They are A, supposed to make sure they don't use up all their magic, and B, protect them from witch hunters. So they're spell conduits basically and protectors. So I don't know if that changes anyone's answers. I realized I probably should have explained that before I posted the comment, just in case that might influence someone's answer. And I wasn't smart enough to do so. You're muted.
Anyways, although I think it would be interesting to be a familiar and shift into other animals. I also think it'd be interesting to be a mage, even in the context of what you just explained. Why? Because I have witch blood in my family. Yes, it is. So that's why I think. My great ×4 grandma came over on the Oregon Trail because her grandma was one of the last witches hung, not burned, because they didn't burn as many witches as you think, as portrayed in media.
Yeah. Going to the comments. I'm going to go through the comments and then I'll tell you what my answer is. I like that K-dramas aren't all sunshine and rainbows every ending, and you will see main characters die like outright. No dream sequences or secret deaths, just straight up dead. And JC was like, witch. Always witch. That's my answer. Cammy, I'm 5 times as likely to be taken out by a car if I was a familiar, so witch. Then I could hex the person who didn't swerve. I'm not looking over at my altar with its family memorabilia and 0 dark ties. No putting the juju out there. No, thank you. Oh, you mentioned in the comments that it was live. Awesome. And JC was looking at planners on Amazon during that sprint. I was trying to look at something comparable to the Clever Fox, but not quite as expensive. Yeah, Clever Fox can be expensive. Someday I'll learn how to vacuum after using phyllo dough, not before. That's that real flaky kind that gets everywhere, isn't it? Look at me thinking I know anything about food. Yeah, I wouldn't want that kind of responsibility, so still a witch. You posted the link. Oh, a link to the planner. That link didn't work? Rude. How dare it?
Yeah, I did I went to Amazon and by the picture it has to share, and that's what it shortened link to. So I was like, what if I just shared the whole web link across in the address bar, but it's 50 million pages long.
Well, that link worked for me. It opened up.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, I just shared it in StreamYard. I didn't go over onto YouTube.
Okay.
So maybe that's why. But
yeah, I have to click over to YouTube to try it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's one I have, except for mine is pretty rose-colored cover, and I bought it at Target. So Target does Blue Skye brand planners.
Yeah.
And so Blue Skye put their name on the day designer, so it's not $68. It's $24. That's a lot. I mean, $68 for a planner is a lot.
Yeah. Happy Planner. If you like Happy Planner, let me grab a link to the Happy Planner that's currently in my cart as a gift for someone, because they love Happy Planner. So I was going to get them one, and this one's $25.
So when was it? Back in 2016, 2017, one of my daughters got me a Happy Planner, and I still have the original hardcover from it. But now I have metal discs because I'm horrible at the discs and I'm always cracking them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that one's a good one too. I'm looking at the one JC put a link to. Got 3 different kinds here. We got a spiral bound, a disc bound, and a what are they called? Book bound? Glue bound?
Oh, like this? Like that?
Yeah.
A regular book bound? I don't know what it's called.
Okay. Close enough. We got variety going on. So yeah, phyllo dough is the flaky stuff. Like me. I like that, Cammy. That was cute. And JC posted a link and I posted a link, and she said this one has the same setup as the Clever Fox she was looking at. And then this is the Clever Fox she was looking at. So she posted the link to both. Now I have to check out the Clever Fox to see if you were looking at the same one I ended up getting. You did not, but that one was actually the second one I was looking at possibly getting. And you're right. There's a $20 difference between the two. So if it's the same setup, go get it. Highly approve. Let me show my chunky boy. Not you, Ogre. You can stay laying down. I didn't mean to make you get up. Oh, my cushion fell out of my seat when I moved. I don't like that. There we go. I fixed it. Hi, Ogre. I wasn't calling you. I wasn't. So this is the Clever Fox that I ended up getting. It's very chunky. Compared to, here's the budget planner, which looks about the same size as that one you were just holding up a little bit ago. Look at the difference between these two. Because I got the budget planner and I got the daily planner that's 6 months. Used to be Clever Fox was only 3 months, And I was like, while I liked the layout and I liked using it, I couldn't imagine spending $30 4 times a year. So now I only have to spend like $30 twice a year. It adds up.
Yes. Especially when you don't know what you want, and then like, I'm going to go all in and get all the things, and then...
Yep. That was the reason I tried Passion Planner too, because I was like, I like the layout, looks like something I would like, and then I just couldn't justify the cost for the same thing. It was 3 months at a time. So I was like, no, this is not going to work.
So the Happy Planner pages that I like the best,
$30.
I don't have it here in the closet with me. It's out there. It's vertical, but it's vertical lines. Okay. So like, yeah, I don't have it here somehow. Whatever.
I think the only thing I don't like about the daily planner is it's got the schedule in it, which is fine. However, it already has hours inputted. And because I work night shift, my hours shift. So I've got to figure out if I'm just going to stick with the hours they have printed and use it like as PM and like knowing that it's technically Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, blah, 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 or what. So I'll figure that out. Today is not that day. Tammy's still thinking, oh, look, it's only $30, but she's in Canada where she's used to $54 because Canada has that markup. Oh, Cammie shared a planner too. I gotta go check it out. Oh, the Go Girl planner. A5 weekly planner, goals, journal, and agenda to improve time management, productivity, and live happier. And that one's $30. Yeah, that looks fairly similar to the Clever Fox. And the one JC was pointing out, it looks very similar to the Clever Fox too, but it's $10. Okay, closed all the... And now Cammie just uses dot grid. Nothing wrong with that.
And so when we moved from the RV into the apartment here, I got to get all the stuff that I've been like storing away underneath their bed. Mm-hmm. I don't really need any more notebooks, honestly. It's fine. But I have from Erin Condren, I got a goal planner where it has like what your goal is and then what all the steps are for like 6 goals. Mm-hmm. And then I had like another like 3-month goal planner that's completely blank. I had another dot grid journal that has like an index on the front, completely blank. I had blank happy planner pages of like the week on one page and then daily pages, enough for like 6 months of a planner without the months in there. It's fine. Yeah, so I don't really need any other ones, but I kind of like starting the year fresh with something brand new instead of partway. I just like starting brand new. That's all. Yes. What's up?
Not me. Not like a bulk order of notebooks just so I have stuff to write in. And now has a bookshelf that's completely full of empty notebooks.
So that's like the composition notebook that you have, right?
Yeah.
A while back, they were on sale for like $0.25 or 50 cents. And so mm-hmm. I think we have like 15 of them for the kids.
Yeah, for the kids.
Uh-huh. I mean, they do use them, but...
Yeah. They're not going to use that many, though.
No. Not if they have anything to do with it. I don't write anything down.
JC likes the Go Girl planner that Cammie was sharing. Not big on branding, so I like that it just had the GG. Yep. Same. I want something new for the year. I'm with you on that. I like having the new one each year. Sure, for the kids. Uh-huh. Totally, it's for the kids. For the kids.
Yes. So I'm thinking one of my videos coming up this week, probably I'm going to be like, here's all of my notebooks and what I've used them for and what I liked and didn't like about them. You know, for my Vlogmas videos. Mm-hmm. Because we're getting ready to do like the HB90 kickoff boot mm-hmm. camp, blah, blah stuff. So I thought that'd be a good segue into it. What was I got? Oh, I did order on Amazon today a dry erase, really big wall calendar. That's all 12 months.
Nice. I need a link to that.
Okay, yes, I will get that for you right now. Just give me a moment. Because I had like a desk calendar, and I had a desk calendar, and I was using it on the wall, but now it's the last month. And then Jackson's like, we need a bigger one because he looks at it a lot. I'm like, okay. It is 32 by 48, so 32 inches by 48 inches. And so you can have it horizontal, or you can flip it around on the back side and do vertical.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Double-sided.
Yes, and it comes with 4 dry erase markers, but I'll probably buy my own dry erase markers, so it's more than just red, yellow, blue, and black markers, because why not?
Makes sense.
Okay.
Goal planner is what I was talking about. Nice.
Paste. Come on. Yes.
JC loves back to school time every year so they can stop up. By the time we actually made it to all the back to school sales, like the shelves were nearly empty because everyone had also gotten to them already. So I missed them this year. That's what sucks about being like an hour's drive away. There's only like certain days I can go. I can't go like any day of the week. We have to plan for an all-day outing basically. So we missed all the back to school stuff. Like the sales were still technically going on, but their products they didn't have anything. Cammie's gleaning because they also got the checklist one because that's similar to how I track videos and planning and creation. See, I do video planning in Notion. And I have all my videos for next year, at least the main videos. I have the ideas chosen, and some of them I've already started scripting. Because some of them were ones that were supposed to be done this year, and I just never got to them, or they're time sensitive. Like there was one that I was going to do around Halloween that was Halloween related, so I missed it this year, and I'm just going to do it next year.
So this is how I plan my videos. I wake up, and then I say to myself, remember you said you were going to make a video today, and then I just start filming stuff and see what happens. That's how I plan it out. No, I'm kidding. I don't, I know I'm going to make a video, and I know that, in December I'll have a video on the 1st that talks about the month, and then a video on the 2nd that's Jackson's birthday, and then I will, usually on the 22nd, I do a video that talks about how that's my anniversary of being diagnosed with multiple sclerosis and how I cope with it. But other than that, and then Christmas Eve, we'll all do a traditions, what do we usually do on Christmas Eve as our tradition, and then on Christmas Day I'll video the kids opening presents and stuff like that. But other than that, everything else is just winging it.
I decided that for next year I'm going to do Vlogmas, and I use the term Vlogmas very loosely because I've noticed people who do Vlogmas videos have them Christmas centered.
Yeah.
And the topics are always something to deal with December of some sort. And I'm going to be answering a whole bunch of author related stuff and just doing daily videos. That's going to be the only Vlogmas part of it, is that they're daily videos.
Yeah, that's with me. I'm titling them Vlogmas 2024, day 1, day 2, day 3, but it's not Christmas centered. One, there's a birthday here, Jackson's birthday, so I don't think I would be able to do enough so there'd be a video every single day that's all around Christmas.
Yeah, I couldn't. So, but I've got all those already, the ideas of what I want to do planned. So that's cool. Makes it easier because I'm planning on filming in July so that I can have everything filmed, edited, and uploaded before I go to North Carolina for my sister's wedding. So that way when we come back, I don't have to worry about shit.
A few years ago, I got this list of author prompts, evergreen author prompts from Marissa Mohi. It was a bundle, and the idea was that there was these questions that most authors get asked, writers get asked, and the idea was that you would write blog posts about them. But what I did is I took some of them and made them into quick 5-minute videos, and I have a playlist that's get to know the author series, and so you could do something like that, like find a list of questions and just like pre-record them and have them ready to go whenever.
Yep. That's actually what this is I found a blog. This was from like 2016 where there was like these 4 authors that were co-blogging together. So like it would be on one person's blog, but there was like the answers to the question were from like 4 or 5 different authors all at once. And I thought that was such a cool idea. And originally I was like, I could do this as a collab with people. And I'm like, I don't want to organize a collab with people. So I was like, let me just do this for Vlogmas. And then if anyone else wants to do them, they can just take the ideas and do it too. Cami got a 12-pack of 8x5 A5 notepads, which are about 50 pages each off Amazon, and has been doing so much better at actually writing down thoughts and plans. Nice. JC likes to look at that calendar. I do too. I added it to one of my wish lists.
I almost got one where I could reuse it every year. So it was like totally blank, but I'm like, I did not want to have to go through and like write all the numbers and the months and all that.
What I hate about dry erase is that I will accidentally, because I have to brace my hand against the board in order to write, I will erase whatever I've written before. Like if I wrote something down in this corner and then I have to go back and write something in this corner, I'm going to accidentally erase something trying to write. So I absolutely hate dry erase boards.
Well, like I want to have the whole year because then like because I already know when the kids are going to have breaks off from school, like because we homeschool. And so I know that those times I'll be writing more. And so I'm going to try to schedule my binge writing time when I'm not using my brain all day long with them, you know? Yeah. And then, I don't know, I have a vision of like red is for like YouTube stuff and then like pink is for marketing stuff. And
I like the idea of using that board. And I know you were mentioning using dry erase markers. And I was like, I have little post-it notes that are various colors. I think what I'll do is I'll write out anything that I want to add on post-it notes and stick the post-it note to it. I think that would be the way for me to do it because of the fact that I erase stuff if I use dry erase.
Oh, my jar's out there. I have a jar of like the mini post-it notes that like I would use for like my Kanban board.
Nice.
Yeah. They are like this size.
Yep, that's the size I have too.
Yeah.
Like 1x2 or something like 1 by 1.5 or something to that effect. They're small. I love them. And then I tend to cut them in half too if I need a even smaller piece.
Yes.
Cami can't do can't do digital planning, or we'll just go to YouTube Shorts and other social media. Need the physical with pen and paper to actually function. If I did Vlogmas, it would be 12 days starting on the 25th. It's the 12 days of Christmas after Christmas. Nothing wrong with that. You could do that. No one's here is going to make you follow the rules. I'm not, at least. Break those rules.
You know, you should totally do is write a short story for Christmas, but release it in July for Christmas in July. Because then people would read it more often than trying to cram it at the end of the year when everyone's doing Christmas shopping. In theory, like.
That's when the 12 days of Christmas falls.
I thought it was the 12 days before Christmas.
I have no idea. I've always wondered that and never known the actual answer to that. And I was thinking about it the other day. I was like, what day are you supposed to start giving partridges in a pear tree if you're doing the 12 days of Christmas? It makes sense that it would be after Christmas because you're talking about the gifts you got. But at the same time, I don't know. I have no idea. So my Vlogmas videos that I'm filming next year, I'll be filming them in July. Like I purposely wanted to film them so I could do a Christmas in July filming session. Cammy's doing that too, Christmas in July thing. December 25th until January 5th. Interesting. I did not know that. Oh, I see a Wikipedia page. Got to look at that real quick. Okay. Christmas Day is day 1, the first day. 12 days are 25 December to January 5th, counting first and last. Interesting. Yeah, I never knew when it actually fell. But then again, I've never really looked into it. My experience with the 12 Days of Christmas is the song 12 Days of Christmas, Partridge in a Pear Tree and all that stuff. So I did not know that. I've never really cared enough to look it up either, apparently. Or else I might have known that. Shows what kind of person I am. Who doesn't want a 12-day birthday party, right? Not me. Not me. Do you know how many birds you'd be getting for the 12 days of Christmas? No thanks.
Well, yeah, because every day you get another partridge.
Yep.
And
so
then
have at least 12 partridges.
And then day 2 through 12 you get 2 turtle doves. And then days 3 to 12, 3 French hens. Then 4 through 12, 4 calling birds.
Yep.
And then after that, I think maids are milking, swans are swimming, geese are laying.
Yep.
My kids really like singing that song for hours every day around Christmas time. I may have memorized it.
Pedantic like that. Anal retentive. I too am a physical pen and paper type of person, but I do have to start shifting some things to digital because my hands are getting worse to write with. I feel that. I hate that for you, and I'm so sorry, JC. I get it, but I hate it for you. I think I was doing a reading log in Notion. I have quit that. I'm now using a spreadsheet on Excel. But I do have my videos in Notion. My video plans are in Notion. What else do I have? I have all my projects, like my details for my projects and all the information I need for like metadata and stuff like that is in Notion. What else do I actually use? My newsletter information I keep in Notion just so I can keep copies of old stuff in case my my newsletter provider ever goes away. It's like there's some stuff that is tracked in Notion. The first is pet with food. The other birds are foods, excluding the geese. The geese provide the eggs, so technically, they are still food. But provide butt nuggets as food. Yep. See, there you go. And you could eat goose.
You could.
No one ever said that it had to be like every time I see images of the 6 geese laying, once upon a time I saw them as like white geese, but now for some reason they're stuck in my head as Canadian geese, and I'm not going to eat a Canadian goose. I don't know anyone who's going to want to eat that thing. That's a danger chicken. Do you need to go outside, Goblin? All right, I need to let him outside real quick. Oh, just gonna stop my cam.
All right.
Come on, let's go out.
So I've tried using Notion to for planning and stuff, but I couldn't even get past the whole learning whatever of setting it up. Like I would set it up and then halfway through, for me, it's like a giant spreadsheet, and the spreadsheets are like German to me. So I've tried setting up Notion twice, and both times it did not turn out well. I even followed people's step-by-step freaking instructions of how to set it up.
I definitely go through phases where it doesn't do what I want it to do exactly, and I just burn it all to the ground and start from scratch completely. It's happened more times than I can count. And then when I remake everything, I have to make new templates for myself. And I'm just like, why do I do this? Why do I hate myself this much?
So I follow a few people's step-by-step instructions on YouTube. I even did Sarah Cannon step-by-step. And then I did, I forget another planner person's Notion step-by-step. And I don't know, when I follow people's instructions step-by-step, somewhere along the way, things get all skewed and it's horrible. Like when Natalie did the whole Millwordy spreadsheet, and she did instructions on how to set it up, and I set it up, and then somehow, like on month 7, it was like skewed by like 3,000 words. I'm like, I don't know what happened. Like I literally did everything step by step, and it's still screwed up. I can't even make a table of contents in my paperback version of my books, following the step by step instructions that I find on the Microsoft Help community page. Like I can't, which is why my paperbacks don't have table of contents.
So I format with Vellum and I love it. But I also know that some people cannot afford that or don't want it because it's a Mac exclusive program.
I would love to have Vellum, but I don't have a Mac. So
you can do Mac and cloud. But for those people who don't want to or can't for whatever reason, doesn't matter what the reason is, hit me up and we can do a trade because I love formatting shit. I love it. And I need more eyes on some of my stories, but I don't do like beta reader exchanges. Like I hear people all the time talking about I'm beta reading so and so story. I'm like, I don't have time to do that. I barely have time to write my own shit. But I will gladly exchange formatting for beta reading like any day of the week.
That sounds most excellent. Well, because every time I see like authors out there, like self-published authors, and I see their book, because I'm always looking to see how other people set up books, like the page numbers and the headers and like spacing and stuff. And I'm like, oh, that header image is really cute, or I like the font that they have for the chapter title. And I look at the front, Vellum, like, oh, why? Like all of Sarah Sutton's books, the Love and Fenton County books that have like the baseball one and whatever else, like I like all those. I, in my paperback, in the versions I have out now, the chapter titles are spelled out like with letters, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and on the background is like sprinkles of stars. But I had to like remove the background so that way when you're reading it on a e-reader, it's not like a giant block of white. Okay, so, but the problem is, when I was trying to do a paperback table of contents, no, that's right. When I was uploading to like Kindle Creator or something to make the table of contents, the program wouldn't read the image as a chapter. So I'm like, whatever.
So each of my books that are published has chapter headings done by different people. Puck's Choice was done by someone who's a friend of mine on Facebook, and she actually made me the chapter headers 10 years ago, right after I got the rights back from the books, because I was going to publish them like the next year after I got my rights back, and then I never did. And that didn't end up happening, but I still ended up using the images that she created in Puck's Choice. However, I have another artist who did the chapter headings for the Damned and Dangerous Quartet. Eventually, when I get all of those published, all 4 will have a different chapter heading in each of the books. But I just used the same one for the first 2 because I didn't think of that until after the second one was published. And I was like, oh, I should have done this. And then Dear Satan, I did those chapter headings myself. I created the chapter headings using Canva.
And that's where I did mine in Canva, and then I use another website that removes the background. So it's like a PNG type thing.
Yep. And I follow enough different artists now that I think I did not like designing them. I do not like designing chapter headers. I will do it if I have to, but I don't like to. So I follow enough artists now that do commission work and they do stuff like that I'm going to be like, hey, so I have this idea. This is what I want. Here's my mock image. Can you recreate this but make it better? Do e-readers have also restrict font? Some do.
You can use whatever font on them, but
yeah,
I don't make a point to change like the font of the headers into like specialized font or whatever, because most e-readers you're going to be able to switch to whatever font that you would like. Like Yeah, I haven't come across a case where fonts are restricted. It's just like if you were going to read an ebook on an e-reader, you could change the font, the size, it was bold, how much space is. So most of my ebooks are just normal, typical fonts, I guess. And then I went fancy, I guess you could say, with my paperback with the font there for the headers and stuff like that.
For the text itself, I think there is a restriction. It has to be a serif font, I believe, or something like that. But with like the chapter headings and stuff, like she's saying, it doesn't matter. You can use all the pretty fonts you want. Just trust me. Part of me wanted to do like in my eventual goal with some of my future books. This is a long time down the road. Is that I want to use whatever font is used on the cover for both my author name as well as the title. I want to create the title page in the book itself with those fonts, and I'm not at that point yet.
So I did that with the paperback, and it sounds complicated. What I did is I made the title in Canva because that's where I do my editing for my cover. Then I took the whole block of letters for the cover, uploaded it to this other website where you remove the background, and then I put that on the title page.
Okay.
But one of the books I forgot to do that, so it's like a whole. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I think the only reason I didn't do that is because I went through a cover designer, and I get two options with the cover. I get either a JPEG or PDF or both. And it requires having like a separate file for just the font because of how the kind of detail, at least with Puck's Choice, the kind of detailing that's in the font, there will be a lot of random pieces from the cover itself. So I can't do like a background remover with it.
So this is what the font looks like that I used.
That's cute. I like it.
And then this is what the title cover looks like. Title page. It's a little skewed because I forgot to remove the background.
Whoops.
It's fine.
Fine.
See, because look. See how it's...
Just a little bit, but that's okay.
So.
I think it's windy outside. I keep thinking there's someone pulling into the driveway, and it's not. There's no one here. Okay. I'm just freaking myself out for no reason, basically. It's all good.
It's okay.
It's okay. All right. Do we want to do another sprint? We have been live for 4 hours now, and my book was live, which was my intent, was to stay live until the book went live.
Okay. This is what I want to show you.
Okay. That's super cute with the little stars. Hold on. Let me make you. Hold on. Give me a second.
Yep, that's what the cover looks like, or the chapter headings look like. But in the paperback, it's just white background or a clear background. So
that looks good. I like that. That's cute.
Jesse's like, you might as well have fun with it.
Yep.
But then I realized. So then I had to go back and remove all the backgrounds. So I had to like do them twice.
Whoops.
Yeah. Oops.
Oh,
4 hours. That's it. Are you sure?
What? Yeah.
It doesn't seem like that long. Well, my hip might tell me otherwise once I get up off the floor. But yeah, when I type up my font or my books, they're in Deja Vu serif font. Is the font that I use. I think. Yeah, something like that.
If your printer will do for the fun, go for it. Yep. Now someone's here.
Who's here?
Dubs.
Oh, okay.
Well, usually I work nights, so like usually I would be working tonight. I requested tonight and tomorrow night off because I wanted to do something special for the launch. And I didn't know which day I wanted to do it. I didn't know if I wanted to do it tonight and go for like the actual until the book launched, or if I wanted to do it tomorrow night after it already come out.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna lie, I'm tempted to do it tomorrow night too, just because I want to stream. I like streaming, so maybe I'll do both. I might do like an after party.
That'd be fun.
But because of that, my husband worked my shift instead. So he just got home from work.
Do you guys work at the same spot?
He works in the hospital and the care center, whereas I work the clinic. I'm the only employee that works the clinic, so they have to kind of shuffle people around if I ask first time off.
Oh.
Because there is no one else. I am it. And it's part of the reason I don't ask for a lot of time off, because I have to hear a big stink about it every single time. This time, I did not explain why I was requesting off. I just requested off because honestly, I don't have to explain why I want off when I'm using PTO, and I've got a month's worth of PTO saved up.
I mean, you could just take a month off.
I could.
I don't think they'd be happy about that.
No, they probably wouldn't. But my boss threw a stink because they wanted to take the week off, and they were trying to tell me that I could not take the week off while they had I could not take the couple of days off that I asked off while they took a week off. And I was like, good, great. You're just proving to me that I cannot request any days off if anyone on day shift requests off, which guess what? That means I'll never get a day off if you do that shit. And then I was like, okay, let's go talk to your boss. And all of a sudden I got my days off. Imagine that. Funny how that worked. Let's see. Cammie says, my food's all done. My brain's struggling. The daft cow's only been conscious for 10 hours. Haven't ate any of it because it just came out of the oven, but I mean, it's done cooking. You know what? Hey, that counts. That counts. And maybe that's why your brain is like struggling. Maybe you just need some foodums in your body. I'm all for the snackums. We had chicken Alfredo for dinner tonight. The oldest cooked.
We did cheese enchiladas.
That sounds
for
delicious.
Jackson's request.
Yeah, birthday people get to choose what they want for dinner, which was why I was really shocked when Graceland's birthday was last month in November, and she wanted Subway for dinner. I'm like, we can have Subway anytime. Okay, fine. That's fine. So that's what you want. That's what we'll get, and that's what we had.
We went to Denny's for pancakes, and then we had we had enchiladas for dinner. Usually we would go to like get donuts, and then we would do bowling, and then we would go to Golden Corral for their buffet, and then we would get like ice cream or something afterwards. But this year is different. He's 12. I don't know where the time went.
Kiddos are getting older.
It's crazy because he's 12, and then that means I've had MS diagnosed for 11 years. So I don't know where the time for that went either.
I'm live. I'll do a sprint and we'll chat while we're sprinting, okay? Okay, give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes, then you can vent. Huh? I'm live with Stephanie.
Hi.
Justin says hi.
Hello.
I don't like it when he comes in and his first words to me are, we have a problem. That's never a good thing.
No, it's more along the lines of, I'm wide the heck awake.
Oh, that we can fix. That's not a problem. You have pasta in the fridge. Yeah, we made the chicken Alfredo. Okay. We'll chat in a minute, okay? Because I do want to know how your night went, but we'll get there. All right, let me get through the last of these comments, and then we're going to start another sprint, and that will probably be our last one for the night. Let's see. They're also not legally allowed to want to know. Yeah, no, they're not allowed to. I do not have to explain myself at all. The only time I have to explain myself is when there's like a medical emergency. And even then, I don't really have to explain anything other than I have a medical emergency. That's literally all they need to know. And the only reason they need to know that is because there's a difference in using PTO versus medical stuff, like as far as like the codes, the payment codes go. And that's the only reason they need to know that. Because you don't use PTO for medical emergencies. Had granola bars earlier to take the vertigo meds. Really want a, what is that? Spanakopita? I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Garlic, feta, spinach, buttery goodness. I need to know what that is because that sounds delicious just based on that description alone.
Is it like a pasta? Is it a salad? Pizza?
It does sound yummy. Girl, throw that sprint on now and go talk to the hubby. Yep, we're going to do that now. I have reached the end. I'm going to start this comment. We're not going to do any comments more. I am out of questions, so I'm just going to throw up a random writing prompt instead, like I normally do. So here we go. I'm going to shift us. There's our time. Oh, because I stopped the break. Okay, that's why. I was like, what? All right, here is the writing prompt. 25 minutes. We're going to come back afterwards and chat a little bit. And this is probably going to be the last sprint of the night, guys. Anyways, here we go. And 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, that is time. How'd everybody do?
I read more of your book. I will be going to sleep after the stream. I will not stay up reading
it. So you say.
Probably. Well, I have horrible sleep issues, so like I am exhausted, but as soon as I hit my pillow, I'll be like, okay, I'm wide awake now. Like last night, I fell asleep like around midnight, woke up like right before 1 a.m., stayed awake till 5. Then Jackson woke me up at 6:30 and said, hey, Mom, let's go. So we walked almost 3 miles so he could go to breakfast. I said, this is my birthday present to you. Taking you to breakfast. Cherish it.
I feel like that's a good birthday present. That was what his problem was. He came in the door and he said, we've got a problem. That was what his problem was. He was like, I'm wide awake. I'm like, okay. And he's like, I should not be wide awake. I was like, dude, I usually work until 4:30 in the morning. You got like 2.5 hours left. And I was like, and you slept later than I usually do. So like, it's not a problem. It's not the biggest problem you think it is. What's going to be the problem is tomorrow night.
That was his problem. I'm wide awake. That he made it seem more dire than that. Just saying.
I'm like, dude, you cannot lead with that. Can I get a hi, honey? How are you first, please, next time? Or maybe, hi, honey, you look like you're on your computer. Are you live right now?
Right?
Not a, we've got a problem. I'm like, okay.
Want a sock and a draw to help you sleep? Like, what do you want from me? Can't help you out here, dude.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, Tammy shared the phyllo dough. She shared the recipe to that word I cannot pronounce, which is a spinach Greek recipe. It looks tasty. And I agree. I wouldn't want onions either. I am not allergic to onions, but my best friend growing up was allergic to onions. So I've just gotten to that point where I don't put onions in anything, even though we're not like in the same state anymore. Just because it's so ingrained in my head now that I don't put onions in anything. A violent prompt. I like it. I swear I'm not violent. I promise. No, that's me. I'm the violent one. I read that and I was like, ooh, that's something Puck would say. Used the full box of dough on 2 dishes, so my crusts are thicker and flakier. Nice. Yeah, right. That makes sense. Agreed. It does look really good. I'm looking at the last 160 swatches from over 800 markers. Cammy, that's a lot of markers. To try to find pens that work with the cat stickers I picked for 20. They've got to match.
Yes.
They have to. It's a requirement. Yes, he really did that. Oh my goodness. Close the cat timer because we're done with that. I can stop whenever I want. Can you, though? Do we need to schedule an intervention?
No. We send her links to buy more.
Exactly.
Hey, have you tried out this one? No. You haven't tried out that one? How about this one? How about that one? What about this one over here? How about this next one?
I think she needs more markers and more cat stickers.
Yes.
Both. She needs more markers to match the cat stickers she's already got. And more cat stickers to bring new colors into it so that she can use the markers she's got. Oh, Bibbly Miggly. What did she share? Know your meme. Exactly. We might just need to intervene with more links. I'm pretty certain my wish list does contain some more cat stickers. Oh, googly moogly. I don't even have that deep red that's orange enough to match the leaves in the background. See? We need more markers. More markers. I just like the super tips. The Crayola marker super tips. I bought a 50 pack for like $20 and I love them.
So we actually don't have markers in our house at all, kind of. Because a while back, Hannah, when she was with us, would like draw on her clothes, draw on her skin, draw on things. So there was no markers. And then she was like journaling, so I let her use some of my washi tape. But then she started going in my room, stealing my like gel pens and like gel ink pens, stuff like that, and putting the washi tape on them, like she was doing to her own like boring black and blue ballpoint pens. And then she'd be like, "Mom, I've been using it for like a week. You didn't notice, haha." I'm like, that's not something to be proud of, but whatever. So then I stopped throughout all the gel pens, and then I've finally been getting some. I have these.
Ooh, hold on. Boop.
They have a really fine tip. See? So like you can write on stuff, like in your calendar or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how then they
nice. Those are nice.
Yes. So usually I'll take like a couple of blank pages of. I have a ton of Happy Planner blank pages. And I'll take a to-day list and I'll give them each of the kids a certain color of marker on their own page. And it's literally like, wake mom up, wake dad up, brush your teeth, put on deodorant, because you have to remind them now. Brush your teeth, eat breakfast, and then I'll give them each a chore or two, and then I'll write down their assignments for schoolwork. But they don't want to see a whole week of schoolwork at a time. They just want to know what they have to do that day and then forget about everything else.
Yep.
I'm like, fine.
That makes sense. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to know what I'm doing the rest of the week either.
Like, you don't want to know, like, because a couple of years ago, I was giving Ileana and Hannah, like, the whole week's worth. And Hannah we said, okay, you can do anything you want, but everything has to be done by, like, Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Or you have to not do whatever fun thing we have planned on Friday. And then Hannah kept on, like, pushing until she had, like, 6 Algebra 2 assignments to do in one day. But that's not working, lady. Like, we're not. And Illy will, like, she now, like, cruises through work and writes really fast. Bad handwriting, but really fast. And she's done, like, 2 hours. I'm like, we need to fill in this time with something more.
Calling bugs.
Such as, like, you don't know how to write a 3-paragraph essay, even though you think you do. That's the whole thing. Like, she hates being corrected. Despises being corrected. But
I feel like that's a kid thing, though.
Yes. She also has this weird thing with her phone. So she has a cell phone. She's had it for a couple of years. Where if I even dare touch it, she's like, no, you can't touch it. Like, she's super attached to it. And then, so I finally took it away from her for like 3 days. Like, cold turkey, you're done. It was something like she like didn't tell the truth about what she was doing on it. It wasn't anything bad. Like, she just wasn't being truthful. And I'm like, I can see what you're doing. Like, wow, you have 4,000. Well, that's right. You have 4,000 memes on your phone saved. Wow, you have more than I do. And then I was like, oh, can you show me the memes that you have? And she erased it all and deleted the erase folder. I'm like, I don't know what you had on there. It wasn't anything bad, she says. Well, I don't know. It's the whole thing. So I took it away. But I've been researching, and a lot of times kids and teens who are on the spectrum become oddly attached to their devices.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So
that is the one rule we do have with the girls, though. They both also have cell phones, And I'm like, until you guys are paying your cell phone, I can at any time ask to see your cell phone for any reason at all if I suspect there's something going on. I have yet to do that.
So, like, when we first gave it to her, I was like, we're going to let you use it whenever. However, but then she was like on it all the time. So then I started putting like app limits, time limits on the different apps and things. She's now has her phone back, and she just now got, so we gave her phone back and put Spotify and YouTube back on there. Okay. Then today we put Hulu back on there because we got signed up back up with Hulu for $9 for the rest of the year.
Nice.
Like the whole year instead of like $9.99 a month. So
yeah,
it's like some Black Friday thing.
They had some Black Friday deal, yeah.
So, and she watched her anime on there. So, like, can your attitude for a few days. Show me respect, and I'll give you all your crap games back on there. They're not dumb, but to me they are, but whatever. But, yeah, she just is really, but she has no problem letting Dad or Jackson touch it. And
it's just
look
your
at
mom.
it. It's just me.
Mom.
It's okay.
It's fun. Teenagers. What are you going to do? And
she hasn't even started her period yet. So this will be more fantastic when she does. Please send help. Though I didn't start till I was 17, so.
Oh, dude.
But my daughter Hannah started when she was 11, so I don't know where Ileana is going to be. Who knows?
Somewhere in between there.
I mean, I did clone her, you know.
Cammy's got 3 entire sets of washi tape from the washi tape shop and is eyeing a Halloween set. I'm here for the Halloween sets. Like, I want everything Halloween all year round. Had 100 set of fine and fat Crayolas, then gifted it away before I began journaling last year. Do I regret it? Ask my over 800 markers. Of course I do. I have a full set of Colors of the World and did November's setup strictly with them. That's nice. Teenagers can't live with them, not worth the jail time. We tease Gracelyn all the time. She's 14 now. And I'm like, every day when our ritual, whether I'm leaving for work or they're going to school or whatever, depending on what's going on, I'm like, is today the day I don't get a hug anymore?
So
I know it's coming.
Jackson will still hold my hand walking down the street. He will still wake me up and then crawl into bed and lay there for a few minutes with me.
Nice.
I will cry when that doesn't happen anymore.
Yep. All right. I think I have reached the end of the comments. JC's just laughing at everything from various conversations. To be fair, though, I thought JC's daughter was like 18. And then she mentioned earlier in the chat that she's 21. I'm like, oh, she's older than I thought. Okay. Oops.
I thought her daughter was younger. Because she's talking about, like, you know, like, my daughter doesn't want to be in the videos. So I thought her daughter was younger. Mm-hmm. Like 8 to 12 years old. Younger.
Cammy's going to go eat the food. You should go eat the food. We're going to wrap up this stream.
Yep.
We're going to wrap up because I'm going to go take a shower and go to bed and maybe convince the hubs to go to bed too. Some of that delicious word I cannot pronounce.
Spanakopita.
That one.
Spanakopita. I probably been pronouncing it wrong. It's fine.
Say it 5 times fast and watch how fast we get it wrong. JC says good night and hopes we have a good night. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. I'm going to let Stephanie do her outro real quick.
Crap.
Yes.
Yes. My outro. Stephanie. You can follow me wherever you can think you can follow me, but in a non-stalkerish way. There's a link tree down there in the description box below. I have 3 books out. They are mostly clean, small town romances with a bunch of different tropes you may or may not like. If you don't like it, don't tell me. If you like it, do tell me. Have a great day.
I was trying not to laugh that entire time. And then I realized, like, way too late, I could have just muted myself and laughed all I wanted. Whoops. All right. It's really late. It's like 3 a.m. for me, which means it's even later for all of y'all. Because all of y'all are in different time zones than me. 4 for you. See? Yep. All right. Thank you for joining me tonight. Celebrate the release of Puck's Choice. It is now officially out. Stephanie has been reading it, which is making me very happy, and I hope she's enjoying it. Yeah. I'm kind of like with her. If there's things in there you don't like, don't tell me. I don't want to know. It's okay if you don't.
I have a question. So in the first chapter, she says the word t-shirt, but you spell it out like T-E-E and then shirt.
Yep.
Is that how you're supposed to do it?
You can do it either way.
Okay, so like having a capital T hyphen shirt is still fine.
Yep.
Okay, because that's how I do it. I just want to like, which way is correct? But there's no correct way. They're both fine. Okay. Yeah. But anyways, I'm liking the book. I'm liking the book. We're good. There's no errors in there, so you're good.
There are. You can feel free to tell me that too, and I will just try to take care of them at a later date.
I haven't found them. I haven't seen any, so you're good.
I just heard my phone go off, but I'm not seeing it anywhere. Whatever. Anyways, so yeah, we were here to celebrate Puck's Choice release. It's on its 10-year anniversary. It originally came out 10 years ago with a small press. They closed down, no longer out. Now it's released again. Woohoo! Lots of changes between that version and this version.
What are the most significant changes? What are some things you took out? How about that?
There wasn't much taken out. It was more stuff was like built upon. I've always been very bad with description and stuff. And that was one of the things that working with this new editor who I love dearly. And if she ever tells me she doesn't want to work with me anymore, I'll be very, very, very sad. Because while she makes a lot of red marks and some of the comments are like, oh, dagger to the heart, they're necessary comments and they make it stronger. Like they're beautiful for that reason. Like she tears my shit apart and I'm okay with it. I have a video coming out in the next couple months because she just sent me edits back for book 2. And she was like, I've tried so hard, but I keep stopping at the same part. I've stopped 3 times because your character's just so goddamn boring. And I'm like, no!
Oh.
So that's going to be a fun video where I tackle that fun stuff. But, yeah, I have videos planned for all of 2025. I'm only going to be putting out like 1 video a week as far as like actual sit down talk video. And then I'll do vlogs the rest of the time. So that's been fun to plan out. And then as far as books go, after this one, I have no idea when the next one's coming out. You'll know what I know.
That same thing. Like I have an idea when I like in a perfect world, it should be like in February, May, July, but yeah, who knows?
They will come out sneakily when they come out, and I'll forget to mention them until like day of, and I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I've got a book out."
Hey, guess what? Read this.
Let's do another launch party. Woo! But yeah, and I do live streams. Usually, I do live streams on Saturday evenings at 10 p.m. Mountain Time, which is actually midnight Sunday morning for Eastern people. So Eastern time zone people. I've got nothing else. I think that's it.
Yeah. Did you know that your about author on Amazon still says you're in North Carolina?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that on purpose?
No, but I just haven't
care enough to change it.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
It's right in the book. I don't care on the online. Because there was a couple other changes I had to make to it too, because I no longer have a bearded dragon. We have more dogs, less cats, kind of thing. Like it's all wrong. It's all good. It's got the important bits right. All right. It's there to confuse people, and they'll be like, "But it's to confuse anyone who doesn't want to
people means that they pay attention to you. If they're not confused, they don't pay attention.
All right.
Or the real fans. No.
The ones who notice are the real fans. All right. Thank you all for joining me tonight. I'm going to go ahead and hop off here. We're going to go ahead and press this button that says end stream. And here we go. Bye, everyone.